NASCAR State Chaplain, offers today's invocation.
Let us pray. Dear great and gracious God, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in the great state of Tennessee at Bristol Motor Speedway today. Lord, we lift up each of these drivers and teams today and their families. We pray for their safety. We thank you for the opportunity we have to gather in this place this day. Now, God, go with us. We thank you for this opportunity we have here to be in the United States of America, the greatest nation in the world today. And we ask your blessings upon us. For it's these things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Here to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome Marine veteran and two-time Purple Heart recipient and country music recording artist, Jonathan Richards.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Short track, short tempers, short stages. It's Bristol, baby, and when we get back, we are going to drop the green flag and let these drivers go to work.
So much. Race fans, welcome to Bristol Motor Speedway. Are you guys ready for a race today? Well, let's get on your feet and make some noise, because it's Bristol, baby! And the Fitzgerald Aerodynamics 300 is getting ready to kick off here at Bristol Motor Speedway. So come on, make some noise. These fans, these drivers want to hear you. Get on your feet and let's go racing in Bristol, baby!
FS1 welcomes you to Bristol Motor Speedway. So there is rain in the area, but it is dry right now. It's time to meet today's guest driver analyst. We welcome Kevin Harvick. Last summer, after a rain delay, Harvick scored his second Cup Series win at Bristol. And when you add in his 5 Xfinity wins here, he is perfectly positioned to be our guest analyst. So Kevin has changed from his driver's suit into another suit, and he's in the broadcast booth to join our 2-time Bristol Xfinity race winner, Michael Waltrip and Adam Alexander. You know, guys, Harvick has been a part of some memorable Bristol fight highlights. So let's hope for Adam's sake he stays nice and calm today.
Oh, yeah. And you know, Shannon, I love stats. Michael Waltrip has 2 wins here in the Xfinity Series, 5 for Kevin Harvick. And I'm still looking for my first, by the way. You know, it's our first short track. And usually storylines are always about the drivers. But today, all about the track. Do we know what to expect, Kevin?
Well, I don't think we fully know what to expect, but I know the bottom groove has been really fast. It has been getting better. We saw several Cup guys up on the top of the racetrack, and they were able to get into that ground stuff in the middle of the corner. But it's definitely different than last fall because it's a little bit cooler. The strip's on a little bit darker, and the top groove isn't run in yet, Mike.
And you know what I love? Something you said earlier. You got to be rhythmic to run well here. And I said you got to be tough. Well, let me tell you, Adam, if you're going to run down there in the grip strip on the bottom, you need to be tough. That's just brute strength and power. But if you're going to tiptoe out of that and get up on the high lane, then you got to have some rhythm. You got to watch what you're doing because it can get away from you in a hurry when you make that transition.
When I come to Bristol, I think of 3 words: bump and run. Are we going to be saying those today, fellas?
I think if they run the bottom, I definitely think you're going to see some bumping and running.
And if you do the bumping and running, you better be tough.
And keep this in mind, $100,000 on the line for one driver. It is a dash for cash race. Let's go trackside now and get the command of fire engines.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command to fire the engines, please welcome our grand marshals, the daughters of Tommy Fitzgerald Sr. Please welcome Tiffany and Lisa Fitzgerald.
Drivers, start your engine!
Have fired. And I love saying these words. It's race day in Bristol, Tennessee. As we anticipate the green flag, let's get geared up from Thunder Valley.
I am waiting for the race at Bristol to start. I'm hoping the rain doesn't come. It's not looking fantastic, but I'm also super pumped because it's Comcast Cares Day, and I'm just super proud to be a part of the Xfinity Series and having a company support.
Bristol. It's intimidating and scary. Anything can happen to you.
There's nowhere to hide. You're always in constant turmoil.
Pretty much every man for himself.
It's a dash for cash race, so you got a lot of hungry young drivers.
They're thinking about $100,000. This is not going to be pretty.
It's getting a little hot in here.
You're going 140 mile an hour and pushing your car to the limit.
They know what's on the line.
There's 100,000 reasons to drive you to do it. Let's get it.
I love that. That's classic Bristol.
Just about time to go green here at Bristol. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. And now we go from the driver's seat with Darrell Wallace Jr. driving the 6.
Hey, Bubba, it's Michael Waltrip up in the Fox NASCAR booth. You copy?
Yeah, Mikey, what's going on, my man?
Oh, man, you got a great starting position there, but I'm getting word you got to go to the back. How can you cut through this field? Will it take strategy, or do you have to go to that all-difficult top side?
Just like basketball league, you know, when we're down that first half, we come back in the second half. We're all right. We'll be okay here. Nothing, a little bit of adversity, nothing to handle there, but just going to have some fun. Track is a little bit different. Going to have to adjust to that as the race goes on. Maybe the groove will move up, but my guys have given me a good Lighthouse Mustang, so we'll be able to take it to the front and have some fun today.
Well, if you're fast out on that track as you are on the basketball court, I know it's all going to be fine. We'll check in with you later, buddy.
Thanks, brother.
And now we get our pit headlines downstairs. Before we go green, ladies first. That means Jamie Little, you're up.
Thank you, Adam. Well, Ty Dillon is coming up a nice, relaxing Hawaiian vacation with his wife. But today, it is back to business. He's once again doing double duty. He got out of his Cup car about an hour ago, and he was one of the few that we saw venture up the racetrack. So I asked him if we'll see that in today's race, and he said absolutely. But he absolutely will not be the first to do it. Ty Dillon looking for his first top 5 of the season. Matt?
Jamie, Bristol is special to Elliott Sadler because it's the site of his first Cup Series win. He also has 2 Xfinity trophies in his trophy case, and he'd love to have that big paycheck from the Dash for Cash, but he starts all the way back in 17. He's on the inside. That should be a positive for that one car, but he thinks you're going to see a lot more passing on the outside down in turns 1 and 2. You can see that there's already a seam developing in that strip. That could be, Chris, where you see the one car make his move.
Well, Eric Jones won this race last year, and he was the only driver to win multiple times on the short tracks. And once again, looking strong this weekend. But the team is watching tire wear. They said if drivers don't start migrating higher on the racetrack after 70 to 80 laps, tires could be an issue.
A storyline we'll be watching. So how high will they go? Will they stay in the low line, which means the bump and run could be in play? Kyle Larson on the pole, second of his career. Outside of him, Austin Dillon. Who's going to get the Dash for Cash? So many questions to be answered. We're green at Bristol.
Well, we answered one of them. Austin Dillon went to the top and took the lead away from Kyle Larson on the start.
Eric Jones won this race last year in the 20, settles in third. Behind him, the rookie Cole Custer in the 00. Larson already looking up top.
Well, and I think that answers our question of what's going to happen with the top groove. I think it's just going to get better and better as we run through the day. But I think as you run through the race, I think the bottom is going to be the place to be for the beginning of the run.
Yeah, and you know, Kevin, that traction compound on the bottom, when it sets, it doesn't have quite the grip that it does once it heats up. So the bottom could come in and be the preferred line after some laps.
And it's crazy down there from practice. I mean, you're holding your breath. Once that stuff and you get settled into a rhythm and it gets the grip and you start getting in the throttle, it's like let out of the throttle and right back in the throttle. So as a driver, you got to pay attention and hit your marks and get in that rhythm.
And you know what I find crazy about that? They've taken all the downforce off these cars, Adam. That means they're running through the corners in this grip strip and using the mechanical grip of the car to make these moves.
You guys talked to Bubba, aggressive early, had to start at the back. He's making his way through the field, and Allgaier in the 7 hung in that outside lane. That is not good, Kevin.
Well, I think you're seeing right now that bottom, like Michael was saying, it's starting to warm up, it's starting to get run in, and the cars are getting more grip.
Watch Wallace on board with a 6, wasting no time.
40. Bumper, easy. Still there. Stay up, keep going.
Oh, look.
Watch him come up. Keep coming. Watch him again. Stay up. Still there.
Did you hear the spotter when that bump happened? Whoop.
Wow, and I've watched also Ryan Blaney in that 22 car. He's been all over the 7 of Allgaier, bumping into his back bumper.
Well, and here's the thing, guys. We don't know when it's going to rain. Might it rain? It might not rain. It might rain soon. So you got to get everything you can as quick as you can. And Bubba, you know, he's over half a lap behind, so he's got to go.
Ryan Blaney inside of Justin Allgaier. Hemrick trying to get in there in the 21. And that's big, because if you watch the Fox box, highlighted in red are those drivers right now in position to advance and be eligible for the $100,000 Dash for Cash in our final stage. The top 2 advance from stage 1, and the top 2 not qualified advance from stage 2. And this is a transfer position. Cole Custer has spot 1. Hemrick trying to get that second transfer spot from Justin Allgaier. That is the battle for 8th on track.
I love what this Dash for Cash adds to this series, and I think they've done a great job with it. And the competitors know they want to be that Dash for Cash guy because it's a lot of money.
There's the Dillon brothers mixing it up, racing for that 3rd position. Austin on the bottom, Ty up top, making it work up on the top side. I like the versatility of this racetrack today as well. It doesn't look like so far there's a real preferred groove.
Well, wow. I think as we run, I think that bottom groove is obviously going to be the preferred groove. But I can tell you this, the longer that they run, the cars are going to start to get loose getting in the corner. They're going to start getting tighter in the center of the corner. And what you're going to see is you're going to see guys start making mistakes. They're going to slide across that VHT, and they're going to slide up out of the groove. And the next thing you know, there's going to be somebody right underneath you. So that second groove is going to get run in, and I think the bottom is going to stay the fastest way around. But it is so hard to hit this bottom groove lap after lap because you're going so fast.
I got to tell you, the fastest car I've seen early in this going is the 22 of Ryan Blaney. He made the pass on Justin Allgaier and just drove away. Now he's up in the 6th spot, bouncing on the back of Daniel Suarez. Not only is he fast, he's been really aggressive in this 22 car.
You got to look at Suarez as well. Started 10th. 5th right now. They struggled in practice yesterday, but that 18 car finding speed in the early going.
Well, he probably grabbed some confidence after a really strong Monster Energy Cup Series practice today. Got a good feel for this track, for this surface, and now he's using it to his advantage in the Xfinity car.
Let me tell you one thing that's hard to get a hold of around this particular racetrack, and Michael can speak for this as well. When you first get on it, it's hard to breathe because you're going so fast you forget to breathe.
But I think about Kyle Larson. Out front, feeling good about himself. But so stressful because you're always in some kind of traffic here, whether you're racing someone for position or working against a lap car. And speaking of position, Suarez up to 4th as he goes inside of Cole Custer.
Yeah, and he's going to bring Ryan Blaney with him. Custer stuck on the outside. These guys are marching.
And right now, this reminds me of old Bristol. You see all the cars going across the bottom, and somebody makes a mistake, you jump underneath them, and you lose 4 or 5 spots if you don't find a hole. So this is going to be interesting to see how the day progresses.
Oh, battle for the lead. Eric Jones is around Larson.
Nice work.
You talked about Suarez, how good he's been on the Cup side this weekend. Same for Eric Jones. He's the race leader, and Larson up above that black groove, sliding high coming through the corner.
Yeah, he dedicated himself to the bottom and lost the lead, so I think he says to himself, it's time to roam around, investigate some other lines in the corners. I like it.
Eric Jones, a winner here 1 year ago, and it was a thriller as he beat Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson on a 2-lap shootout late. And here's how he got the top spot early today. Just in the lap car.
Yeah, they used the 40 car as a pick as they went down in the corner and made the pass look relatively easy.
Already 21 laps into this thing. 22 now. Hard to believe. Eric Jones, Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez, Ryan Blaney, your top 5. Closing on the halfway point in our opening stage here at Bristol Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Time now for our Ford Performance Track Facts. 7 of the last 8 Bristol races have been won from the front row, and the guys that started out front working up there now. And the last 8 Ford wins at Bristol won by 8 different drivers. Kyle Larson started on the pole. Looked like he might dominate early. Eric Jones got by, but the 42 is now back on point.
And he's back up there running where we thought he should be, right? On the high side and making it work. Watch this big run off the turn he gets on Jones.
And I really think that's just going to get better and better, Michael, as the entry opens up and the exit opens up. And right now, if these guys don't figure out how to get to the top of the racetrack, they're all going to go a lap down because he is mowing them down.
Look at this view from on board Kyle Larson's 42 machine around the outside of the 20 of Eric Jones and driving away. But man, you can't run or hide anywhere at Bristol.
And
heavy
Larson,
traffic, look at this.
Larson working the other Jones now. That's the 33 of Brandon Jones, trying to put him a lap down. Jeb Burton in the 24, also about to lose a lap to the leader. And this is what I talked about, Kevin, so tough in lap traffic.
Yeah, there's just nowhere to hide here. And right now, when everybody's trying to stay on the lead lap, they're doing everything that they can do. And sometimes going slow is harder than going fast because you're in the way before you even know it.
Daniel Suarez, good early rally up to 3rd, but he's fallen back to 4th. Ryan Blaney got by him. No doubt the 22 is fast here today. Ty Dillon looks pretty good in the 3, and got to give a shout out to the 6 of Bubba Wallace. Started at the rear, up to 18th, and so far able to stay on the lead lap. That's big for him at a place like this when you have to drop to the rear at the green.
Yeah, and he's hearing a whole lot from his spotter right now of the progress that Kyle Larson's making. They're now on the same straightaway. That's the news you don't really want to hear. You know, he's on the same straightaway with you means that the leader's coming. Bubba's doing a great job. He's passing some really strong cars now, going around Blake Cook, as you can see there. That's Michael Annett, who started deep in the field. We talked about Annett. He doesn't start well, but he seems to rally and get better and better. He's been able to move up to 16th.
Well, and if I'm these guys and I'm their spotter, I'm telling them to move up the racetrack and figure it out, because if you don't, you're going to go a lap down, because Bubba's, you know, he's 2 cars from going a lap down. Blake Cook is going to go a lap down if they don't move up the racetrack and figure this out quick.
And the race within the race, those drivers trying to make themselves eligible for the Dash for Cash. And right now, when you look at the running order, Cole Custer and Justin Allgaier, the 2 drivers that would advance from stage 1 and have an opportunity in our final stage to run for the cash.
Daniel Hemrick in the top 10. He's next in line. Brennan Poole's in 10th. So those guys will be fighting to try to get forward, grab that spot away.
And you mentioned Elliott Sadler, our championship leader, from 17th to 11th. He's had a good early stage 1.
There's that battle for the 10th spot. There's Elliott on the bottom in the gold car.
Right behind them, Ross Chastain, great qualifying effort, and Jeremy Clements in the top 15. Got to celebrate the success of those 2. Ryan Reed also started at the back. Here's the 16, a lap down, and he had a moment.
Well, it's a fine line up there. Like you see Kyle Larson making really good ground, but if you creep up a couple inches too high, those crumbs and those marbles, they're like ball bearings underneath the tires, and that car will just step out from underneath you because there's a lack of grip.
Kyle Larson mowing them down, working on Blake Cook, who's in 18th. 46 laps complete here at Bristol.
Running around Bristol is it's always exciting. It's a really fast lap. I think one of the keys here is to remain consistent.
Well, I think it's hard to explain sometimes to people the forces and the sensations that you go through.
You almost forget to breathe. It's so intense and so fast. I think that's something that makes Bristol really interesting.
It's really easy to kind of get turned around here and almost forget what corner you're in, especially when you're in a really long green flag run.
It's pretty incredible, and probably what I enjoy most about coming here to Bristol.
Oh, the mental grind of being a driver at Bristol Motor Speedway. And so far, no problems at all for Kyle Larson, who's out front and amazing.
Well, he's making the mental grind really bad for everyone else because he is putting some quality cars a lap down, and he can go high or low, Kevin. We talked about rhythm and also the being able to be versatile when you get to the corners. It looks like he has it all.
Yeah, he can go and slide in and use the middle of 3 and 4 as a cushion and run the bottom. Chris, what do you got on the 20 down there?
Well, most of the first run here, he has been working the bottom, but just starting to migrate a little bit higher on the racetrack. And talking with his crew chief there to the right, Chris Gabehart, he said, we have got a really fast race car this weekend. Yesterday in practice, we tried to do a couple things to settle it down, make it a little bit more comfortable for Eric Jones to drive. But when we did that, we just took the speed out of the car. So I said, man, we're going to have to go with a fast setup, and you're just going to have to hang on.
And I'm thinking about that. How difficult is a crew chief's job here? Because the track will change as it rubbers up, right?
Well, it's definitely going to change, especially when that groove goes from the bottom to the top, and you have to keep the car turning. And that's the one thing that Rodney and I talked about after practice. Let's go off of what we've done in the past, because sometimes practice can fool you.
This has been a really impressive run for Elliott Sadler. He's got a fast car. He's closing in on he's in the top 10. He's closing in on that position to advance to the finals of the Dash for Cash. But check out what he's had to do to get there.
He's on board with Brennan Poole.
Hello, Brennan, I'm here.
Oh, I like that.
I said it, bump and run. Elliott Sadler's made some good early gains, Matt.
Kevin, you had mentioned you love that bump and run, especially here at Bristol. And Sadler talked about how he may have to use the top and the bottom to migrate his way to the front. Right now, you can see that how the VHT is sort of worn off a little bit, and there's a little bit of a groove. He's been trying to work that. His spotter, Brett Griffin, told him that the 42 about 25 laps ago has gone up top and is cleaning it up if he needs to go up there. And he's been doing that here or there, trying to work his way around lap cars.
And I think Sadler's going to be okay and stay on the lead lap at the end of stage 1. But Kyle Larson is on the move. He's already put up to 13th a lap down. Larson leads it. Your leaders for Dash for Cash in stage 1, Cole Custer and Justin Allgaier. 10 laps to go in our opening stage at Bristol for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I said Elliott Sadler would stay on the lead lap at the end of stage 1. I was wrong. He's 10th, a lap down, and Daniel Hemrick about to join him there. This pace being set by Kyle Larson is electric.
Yeah, I don't want to hear him complain anymore, Michael, about the top groove or the bottom groove, because he's flying in both lanes. So, Kyle, when you get done with this race, just make sure you're excited about everything that went on today, because you look awesome out there.
Hey, we haven't had a green flag run this long at Bristol to start a race in 5 years. So what does all that mean for strategy at the end of the stage, Larry?
Well, I think no question, when I look at what the lap times have fallen off, you're going to want 4 fresh Goodyear tires. But I go back to what Kevin and Michael and you were talking about a while ago, Adam, as far as a crew chief having to make those adjustments. The one luxury a crew chief has this year that he's never had before, for example, in this race, you know absolutely when you're going to get at least 2 of the cautions, one at lap 85, 6 laps from now, and another at lap 170, 85 laps later.
And we have problems here at the end of our opening stage.
We'll get you down here, just hold.
And Larry,
we'll be looking for that 33.
Larry McReynolds was talking strategy. I think we're getting ready to see some, because these racers that aren't going for stage points or stage wins will pit here, and I think a lot of the other guys will probably stay out and try to get those points. What do you see, Kevin?
Well, you saw what it did to Ryan Blaney last week when he didn't pit, stayed out for the stage points, and then wound up at the back of the field. So I think you have to pit in order to keep up with everybody to not lose all your track position.
There goes his tire, and Larry, I'm wondering, 5 laps, going to be 4 laps to go here in the stage. We're going to close pit road with 2 to go. Is it possible that we don't get pit road open? What do you think? I'm looking for the light here.
Situation here, because remember, they paid stage points to the top 10, and we only have 8 drivers on the lead lap. So look at the battle back there of the drivers that are 1 lap down that's going to be fighting for those last 2 set of stage points. So this is an interesting twist if we can even get back racing to finish off stage 1.
We know NASCAR is going to do everything in their power to try to get pit road open and then back to racing, but we didn't open at that time by Adam, so I don't know.
Here's a look back at what happened to Ryan Reed, bringing out our first caution of the day.
Keep it stay low, stay low. Hello, clear. Caution down.
Well, I'll tell you what usually happens here is the right front tire blows because the tire gets too hot, because you don't anticipate all the brake heat that you wind up, especially when you have a car look like Ryan's car wasn't handling well. Then it melts the bead and the tire blows out.
And we also saw him scrape along that outside wall off turn 2, so maybe some damage there, but definitely an ill handling car, and lost his right front tire entering turn 1.
3 laps to go in our first stage. Caution came out with 6 to go. Kyle Larson, the race leader. Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Daniel Suarez, the top 5. First car 1 lap down is Daniel Hemrick. He'll get the free pass here.
All right, copy that. I think obviously when pit road's open, they're all going to come here. You're 4 away from the stage end. Don't know if we get it started or not before the end of the stage, and weather is not far out. Real close.
Greg Irwin, crew chief for Ryan Blaney, talking there. And to remind everyone, used to be rules in NASCAR. You make it to halfway and you get weather, the race is official. That's not the rule anymore. You have to make it to the completion of stage 2. So we're a good ways away from making this an official race. 2 laps to go here in stage 1 as they cross the start-finish line. And it doesn't look like we're going to get back green here, guys.
Well, I tell you, the one thing I like to see is these sweepers up in the top groove, getting all that stuff picked up, which is something that NASCAR told us they were going to pay attention to today, to really make sure that the competitors had 2 grooves to race in and let that top groove work in. And the other thing that I noticed was the 42 car, as he was going through 3 and 4 over here, everybody's running through the middle, he's running through the top. And what happens there is it'll pick that rubber up that is laid down, that kind of gets caked up. And you see him going to the top groove right now as he's going through the caution. He's trying to pick that rubber up that's laid down to clean that groove up so it'll be ready to go when he gets going again under green.
That's an old dirt racer there, right?
That's right.
They like to run around in the caution laps and pick up dirt off the track.
And the other thing he knows is it doesn't matter how much debris is on these tires right now, because they're coming off.
All right, some celebrations here as we're going to wrap up our opening stage. We're not going to go back green. Pit road not going to open. So as they run now, that's how they will be at the end of stage 1. Kyle Larson going to win the stage. Second going to go to Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon, Daniel Suarez, the top 5. Cole Custer is 6th. He will advance to our final stage and run for the $100,000. Joining him there, Justin Allgaier, who is 8th. In between them, Austin Dillon. And 9th right now is Daniel Hemrick, the first car 1 lap down. He and Elliott Sadler will get points at the end of stage 1. But for Daniel Hemrick, he'll have to get the free pass here as the first car 1 lap down. So the green and white tablecloth being displayed to the field as they come back across the start-finish line. Stage 1 is over. Kyle Larson is a winner. We're live in Bristol, Tennessee on a Saturday afternoon. Happy to have you with us on FS1 with Michael Waltrip, Kevin Harvick. I'm Adam Alexander. Stage 1 is complete. Kyle Larson led 80 laps. He wins the stage. And here you see the series regulars inside the top 10 that got some points. Leading the way there, Cole Custer. We told you he and Justin Allgaier, the top 2 series regulars, will advance to the final stage and be Dash for Cash eligible. And they were the only 2 series regulars in our opening stage to be on the lead lap. Daniel Hemrick was 9th. He'll get the free pass here. Elliott Sadler, the final car inside the top 10, 1 lap down.
Hemrick's going to get him a little space in here, isn't he?
Yes.
Takes the wave around, gets on the lead lap. Racing to be a part of the Dash for Cash.
Pit road is open, a no-brainer. You come down and get service here. Jamie Little, you're up first.
And Ty Dillon in the 3 started this race 6th. He gained 2 positions in that first stage. He just wants a little bit more bite. So they're going to make a wedge adjustment to help that out and put 4 tires on the 3. Matt?
Impressive start to the race for Kyle Larson, lapping up to the 9th position, trying to free up that 42. They made a track bar adjustment. They think the sticker tires will help free him up. Chris.
And Daniel Suarez started back in 10th today, already up into the top 5. Pretty happy with his race car. Said he can run both high and low on the racetrack. When he does push it a bit too hard, he said he loses the front end of that car. And Ryan Blaney also happy with his race car, saying he can really charge the entry of the corner, but say it feels a little bit too tight over the run. Eric Jones saying he's losing the front end of that car late in the run.
Chris, good work by the 42 team on pit road. Kyle Larson able to win the battle there. See Eric Jones down in that number 1 pit stall. Here's how they came off pit road. Everybody getting 4 tires, obviously.
Ty Dillon was able to stay in the top 5. Lost a spot there to the 18 of Suarez.
Hey, Kyle Larson, this is Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. It looks like you've got that car going pretty good on the top and the bottom. It's been a lot of fun to watch everything develop with the racetrack up here. What can you do to make your car better?
Yeah, thanks. As we've gotten up top, I think I'm a little too tight on throttle, especially off of, well, both ends really. So try to free it up a little bit. I'm glad the track is up on top. Through traffic, I think you're on the bottom until you get the traffic, and then you can kind of move up and carry your momentum. So it's been fun so far. I've been able to lap a lot of cars, so hoping to keep it going. Our Neo Chevy's been good. Just I've led a lot of laps here before. I just never won, so maybe we can close it out today.
All right, man. It's been fun to watch. Keep it up.
A reminder, Larson led the most laps here in the spring last year and in August. He didn't win either time. He's looking for his first Bristol win today, and so far, he has been the dominator.
Welcome back to Bristol. Before we go green, Larry Mack, let's get a look at today's Liberty Mutual Worry Less strategy.
Everyone just keep their cool, especially in the race car. I know we're fighting weather. Kyle Larson's making our life miserable, but the only way we can make things better is stay calm, and we have to have good communication.
Communication is the key, Adam, and stay cool.
Okay, as we get set to go green here, Shannon, to begin stage 2, Blake Cook, Brendan Gaughan, Brandon Jones, Quinn Houff all take the wave around. They will join those cars on the lead lap. We've got 13 of those, including Daniel Hemrick, who took the wave around at the end of caution number 1. Kyle Larson has dominated this race, leading 86 of our first 94 laps. And for the restart to begin stage 2, he says, I'm going to go outside of Ryan Blaney. No surprise there.
Everybody was freaked out about being on the outside at the start of the race. Now they're choosing it.
And these things, usually they get loose getting into turn 1, so we'll see what happens this time.
You know what I say to you drivers? Just make up your mind, would you? Suarez up to third. Ryan Blaney looking to the inside of Larson for the lead. 22 with 1 lap out front today. A couple of years ago, Joey Logano drove that car and led all 200 for the captain.
Well, I can't tell you that on sticker tires it was a lot different in practice today compared to starting on scuff tires, which they started on scuff tires from qualifying, and these guys are all experiencing the sticker tires for the first time here this run.
Some problems on the restart for Cole Custer, who is already eligible for the Dash for Cash, trying to avoid the 78. That is B.J. McLeod.
Yeah, took a hard left and got loose. Custer pitted late on that caution flag and got stuck in the back. We had some cars take the wave around on this caution as well, so they'll be hoping for an early caution. And the way these cars are bumping and banging, I'm surprised we haven't seen one yet.
Suarez able to get up to the second position around Ryan Blaney in the 22. On board with Blaney here.
Yeah, it looked like Blaney had some trouble sticking to the bottom. It looks like the back of his car is sliding out from underneath him right now, and he's moved up to the top groove, and now he's back to the bottom. At least he's got options, right?
That's exactly right. You can see the 22 car there running low on the track. Kyle Larson's had everything go his way today. Let's hear what he's got to say about it.
Hey, I don't know if we had a federal rub at some point or what, but our right rear, for some reason, I can't see anything yellow on the tire. I don't know if you got pictures or anything that you can see and look at. We don't. It'd only be you. It must have hit. I think we might have got a little bit there on the 22.
Hard to tell. You guys see anything there on the right rear?
Well, he was talking about you don't see the yellow letters. That means it's rubbed something. And Kevin, how much of a concern are tire rubs here at Bristol? We don't see any smoke. Think that could be a problem?
Well, I think everything happens pretty fast, and if the letters are rubbed off the tire, you just don't know what it hit and how hard it hit it. So I would be concerned a little bit, and his car also looks a little bit loose to me as well, but it's still fast.
Brennan Poole, Elliott Sadler racing for 14th. Why is that a big pass for Poole? He is now the first car 1 lap down. Should we get a caution, that would be big for him. Watch Eric Jones way up high.
Wow, barely keeps it out of the outside wall. Kevin, we noticed some damage on that 20 car during the caution on the left front. He has fallen back. Do you think aerodynamics plays enough of a factor where that car is not performing as well as it did earlier?
Well, as big as that dent is in the left front of that 20, I would say it has definitely affected the handling in some way, shape, or form. Obviously here there's a lot of mechanical grip and things built into the car, but you still want the aerodynamics to be as good as possible. And I would say that left front fender damage is probably going to make it tighter.
We're at the 1/4 point of stage 2 here. Excuse me, Michael. We already know that Justin Allgaier, Cole Custer eligible for the Dash for Cash in our final stage. Here are the drivers we're keeping an eye on now. One of them right here, Blake Cook. He and Daniel Hemrick right now would transfer, but keep in mind, Cook took the wave around, did not pit at the end of stage 1. Not sure how that strategy will balance out as this stage continues.
Well, it won't balance out well for Cook if we don't get a caution soon, but if it does, he's golden. So that's what that team, that's a great call by Chris Rice and that team. Let's take a chance. This is Bristol. We're short track racing. Surely somebody's going to spin someone out, and we'll take advantage of that. A couple of cars I'd love to give a call out to. Daniel Suarez, he's running down Kyle Larson in that 18. And just remember, when Justin Allgaier won the Dash for Cash in the race at Phoenix, that car got progressively better all day long. Adjustments after adjustment, and at the end they were as strong as they've been. He's currently running in the 6th position. I see improvement in that car today.
Well, I feel like the 18 is definitely catching the 42, and I feel like Kyle's car is a little bit loose right now, and he's not able to manage it like he did in the first run. So it'll be interesting to see how that progresses for him as it gets tighter on the bottom usually, but he definitely started too free.
Suarez, the reigning series champ. Think about everything that he has been through since he celebrated on the big stage in South Florida in November. Here's a kid that just keeps walking up to the plate and swinging. You have got to admire the way he goes about his business.
Well, I think it goes further back than winning that championship. That was a heck of an accomplishment. But you look at a kid from Mexico City coming to the United States into a series, and you can imagine all the things that I can't imagine. I don't know if anybody else can. I can't imagine everything that he's gone through to get to this point. So he's obviously very good at dealing with things and learning how to make things better. And obviously he can drive the race car pretty good too.
You know, and we saw it right away in 2015 here at Bristol, Kevin, when he ran second to Logano. Logano led a record 300 laps, and just about 3 or 4 car lengths back all day long, it was Daniel Suarez making one of his first Xfinity starts, period. He knows this track. He loves this track. And I love his attitude. He's always got a smile on his face, and he can't wait for the opportunity to go out there and drive a race car. That's what I appreciate the most.
30 laps complete here in stage 2, and our only caution of the day came out with 6 laps to go in stage 1. It's when Ryan Reed hit the wall. Let's hear from him. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, Ryan Reed's day is done. He's getting ready to go to the medical center right now, but I couldn't help but notice when you got out of your car, you were holding your wrist a little bit. What happened?
I think I sprained my wrist. I don't think it's broken. Blew a tire there getting into one, and it happened so fast I didn't have time to release the wheel, and when it did, I think it just was pretty violent, ripped the wheel out of my hands. So it was a tough day altogether. Starting in the back, and balance wasn't very good, and so we just went a lap down early and trying to fight through it. Ended up losing it, had a tire go down, and that ended our day. So we'll move on. We'll go to Richmond, one of my favorite tracks, and rebound. We're, the good thing about getting a win at Daytona is that bought you some insurance in case you had some days like this. So we'll rebound. Really proud of everyone in the Lilly Diabetes Ford Mustang. It's a tough group, mentally, physically, so we'll persevere.
That's right.
I hate that for Ryan, but what's good? He won at Daytona. He knows he's locked into the playoffs. A lot easier to brush off a day like today.
Well, I think one interesting part about that conversation is you see, oh man,
Larson's loose in the corner.
And Suarez, could it be the bump and run, Kevin?
Well, I think it won't take much to bump that 42 out of the way.
Right in front of them, our second caution of the day.
I talked about that gamble, that call by Chris Rice and Blake Cook's car. Back on the lead lap.
And Elliott Sadler got back by Brennan Poole. First car 1 lap down. He'll get the free pass, which means he's right back in this dash for cash game.
And let me give out one more shout. Quinn Half. Wow, he stayed on the lead lap as well. That 46 car is in the 13th position. The 19-year-old kid from Virginia. Check him out on the lead lap here at Bristol. What a great day for this kid.
He's going to come down and get some fresh tires. Here's what happened to bring out the caution. 50 laps to go, stage 2. The 07 of Ray Black Jr. up ahead of Ryan Blaney here.
42 is really struggling on the bottom. Watch this 07 up top here. Keep coming low. Keep coming low. Keep coming. One outside.
I think he was okay when he hit it the first time. Then he kind of went back for more, and they had to put the yellow out.
Well, what happens is you get up there and you get those 2 or 3 inches too high that I was talking about earlier, and those crumbs pile up against the wall and they get on the tire, and then you can't get it down and it just gets worse.
49 to go, stage 2. Where are we at in regard to pit windows and an opportunity to play some strategy, Larry?
Yeah, I just don't know if I see any. Now, we know those 4 drivers that took the waiver round, that they'll be coming, but if you came right here and you're one of the drivers that pitted the last caution, that means you only have 1 set of tires left. Remember, only 4 sets, including what you started the race on. So if you're one of the drivers that pitted a while ago, you almost cannot afford to pit right here.
Second caution of the day. Pit road is going to be open. 49 laps to go in stage 2. You look at the radar, and we remind you once again, we don't need to get to halfway like the old days. We got to get to the end of stage 2, and this radar could factor into the strategy as well, right?
Yeah, I like everything Larry McReynolds is saying about pit strategy, but if you're on that lead lap and back a bit, maybe take a gamble, put on a set of tires here, do something different than our leaders. And what's going to be cool about that is we know that's what Blake Cook and Brandon Jones are going to do, along with Brendan Gaughan and Quinn Half.
48 laps to go in our second stage. So far today, it's been the Kyle Larson show. Back here at Bristol Motor Speedway, take a look at Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, what they've been able to accomplish here. They seem to be attached at the hip so many times, running up front late in the races. 3 times they finished 1-2. But Kyle Busch, he's not competing today, and it's opened the door for Larson to go out and deliver, leading 117 of our 125 laps. But Kevin said the handling could be starting to go away just a bit on that 42.
Well, I'm not so sure that this caution wasn't a good thing, because earlier in practice today, we would go out on scuff tires and you'd fire right off and you'd be 2/10 faster. You'd come in, you'd change tires and put sticker tires on. You'd go back out, you'd be 2/10 slower and sliding sideways. So this caution cycle and this heat cycle on the tires may actually be better for him.
Yeah, because both Suarez and Blaney were all over the back of Larson. You know, Kyle Larson looks around, it's Kyle Busch in a Toyota making his world uncomfortable. Today it's Suarez in that Toyota and Blaney in a Ford. So we got a Chevy, a Toyota, and a Ford right up front fighting for the lead and the win.
With the laps he's led today, Larson is now 7th on the all-time list here at Bristol. Never been to victory lane, and the only driver with more than 250 laps led here in his career to not have a Bristol trophy.
Well, it's going to be, he made it look, that first stage, it made it look easy, and the competition, that's what happens when you got a dominant car like that. The guys that are chasing them know they've got to make adjustments. They got to work on their stuff to be able to contend and compete. I think the adjustments for the competitions have gained them on Larson.
Well, we also heard him talk about his car being tight on the top when he came into pit, and he thought he needed to loosen his car up. So it looks to me like it's a little bit too loose right now.
Halfway through stage 2, we'll go green next time. Kyle Larson, Daniel Suarez will restart on the front row. Larson going to take the outside lane. Then it's Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney in row 2. Justin Allgaier is 5th. He's already qualified for the Dash for Cash in our final stage. Ty Dillon is 6th. Daniel Hemrick is 7th. He's one of the leaders right now to advance to the Dash for Cash in our second stage. Next in line in that category would be Blake Cook. He just pitted and will restart 9th. So we're going to add another lap here. Our other driver already advancing and eligible for the Dash for Cash, the 00 of Cole Custer. And this is when, prior to a restart, drivers don't agree on where they are in the running order. Is that right?
Well, and you have cars that are a lap down, and what happens is the lead lap cars go first, and then they line everybody else up just where you're running on the track. Well, one guy goes up forward and he says, well, I want this spot, and then I want this spot. And next thing you know, everybody's mad because they think one guy got a spot he shouldn't have received.
Just keep an eye on these drivers. Blake Cook, Brendan Gaughan, Brandon Jones, Elliott Sadler. They're 10th to 13th on this restart. And all of them will be fighting for a Dash for Cash position with what will be 41 laps to go in stage 2 when we go green once again here at Bristol. Out in front of them, Daniel Hemrick is 7th. He too looking to advance and run for the $100,000.
And that's the good stuff. When you give these Xfinity Series regulars a chance to go get some big money in the Dash for Cash, it makes it a lot of fun for us watching.
Mentioned Allgaier already eligible. He's getting aggressive in that 7 car on the restart.
Thought about taking them 3 wide down the back straightaway, didn't he, Adam?
Don't do that.
Look at Austin Dillon hanging in on the top side. We were listening to Ryan Blaney's in-car audio, and he said his car had gotten better and better during that run. Didn't take off well. Looked like he struggled a bit on the restart as well.
Well, I think he was struggling with what I felt like Larson was struggling with, and it looked like his car was loose. And you know, I think as they get these heat cycles on the tires, I think that might play into their benefit.
On board with Brennan Poole here, outside of Cole Custer. Brendan Gaughan right behind them. Blake Cook up to 9th on the restart. Currently eligible for the Dash for Cash. 38 laps to go in our second stage. I got the feeling we're going to have a real dramatic finish when that green and white checkered flag goes in the air again.
Well, I got a feeling there's some crew chiefs that are really proud of their strategy, the moves they made to stay out. Chris Rice with Blake Cook, the Brendan Gaughan machine. These guys put themselves in a position to do something special here today with cars that were out of contention.
Think about Blake Cook. They have done a nice job this year had the problems early wreck at Atlanta when they finished dead last. Outside of that, inside or right around the top 15 in our other 5 races, and solidly in the top 10, running 8th today.
Yeah, and this is where the weather kind of comes in for these crew chiefs. They're like, you know, I don't know if it's going to rain. I don't know when it's going to rain. We might be able to stay out. And I think, like you talked with the strategy on those guys pitting right there, I think they'll be able to at least have that card to play. So we'll see.
Eric Jones, 4th position inside of Justin Allgaier. He is 5th, and just behind them, Blake Cook. So good today in the 11 car, Jamie.
And he's running 8th right now. They've played that little bit of strategy, and one of the reasons they were able to do it is because his car is handling so well. He said the balance is perfect right now. On the next stop, they want to take 4 tires and make an air pressure adjustment, but a great call by this team to stay out.
And you know, if they make that call, that proves the crew chief's got the gambler mentality. What do you do if we run another 30 laps, Adam? We've already seen them stay out on tires once. What if rain's nearby? Do you take a chance and don't pit under the stage break and get that track position? Try to swipe one from the competition?
And if we were to get rain at the end of stage 2 and the race is official, whichever one of those 4 drivers that's out front and eligible for the Dash for Cash would get the money.
Look at this battle for the lead. Suarez is there.
Well, and you saw Larson just wiggle a little bit up off of the corner. His car is like we talked earlier, really edgy right now. And I think as you see Suarez behind him, it looks like his car is consistent and he's able to make good moves.
Suarez, actually, while you were talking, he got loose down into turn 3, and that just tells you exactly how hard these guys are going at it.
It's so hard to hit the bottom of the racetrack, and that's the groove that you want, but that's the only groove that there is with that much grip, and you have to hit it right every time. And if you get to the throttle too soon, or you turn in, or you turn the wheel too hard, it makes the car squirrely. Next thing you know, you're back, chasing the back, chasing the front, chasing the back, and you're all over the place.
Hey, Chris, what's the confidence level in the 18 camp today?
Well, especially after having last weekend off, the confidence level in Daniel Suarez is very high. He got to go back to Monterrey, Mexico, visit family and friends, and he really needed it after the crew chief change on his Cup team. He said, I just needed to relax, get my head back into racing. He's got it now. He just told his team, I am killing Kyle Larson down in 1 and 2.
And I think he's doing a nice job, Chris, of being patient. I know there's a fine line here of patience and aggression, but he's playing the game quite nicely.
Well, I think you have to be patient here, but you have to take advantage of something when it is presented to you. So he has to stay close enough to be able to. Oh man, I see the 24 just try to get back down.
Jeb Burton, Spencer Gallagher, and Elliott Sadler said, get out of my way in the 1 car. He's finally able to get around the 2 vehicles that are a lap down.
Yeah, he thought they were going to crash right in his lap, and now he's got them in his rearview mirror where he wanted them. Spencer Gallagher said, I think I've got a hole there, Jeb Burton, and I'm going to take advantage of it, and Jeb Burton closed it.
It's been such an interesting afternoon, as fast as Kyle Larson has been. We had that caution with 6 laps to go in stage 1. There were only 8 cars on the lead lap. First car 1 lap down was Daniel Hemrick. Gets the free pass with the caution. Right now the rookie from Kannapolis, North Carolina is 7th and in position to get a Dash for Cash spot.
Well, I wish I could tell everybody how much is actually going on, because in that last segment there, I was talking about what was going on the racetrack instead of looking at the monitor. But there is so much going on the racetrack, and if you've never been to Bristol, it's one of the coolest places to come watch, because you can run the bottom, you can run the top, and there's always, everything is in your sight.
21 laps to go in our second stage, Larry. Kyle Larson out front, Daniel Suarez right there, and I know you got that calculator working in case we are to get a caution before the end of the stage.
No, I don't. I've got the weather app working, because I think we're racing for the stage, but I'm telling you, it should be all but raining right now. So I think that's one reason it's really ramping up. End of a stage and watching the radar.
Well, we got 19 laps to go to get there, Larry, and they're ramping up the pace at the front. Daniel Suarez sideways again, lost a little bit of ground to Kyle Larson. Check out this battle. Battle's all over this racetrack, just like you said, Kevin.
Yeah, we saw the 3. He was really committed to the top line. He's still committed to the top line and lost 4 or 5 spots, and these guys have been going at it.
Brandon Jones, though, able to get by the 00 of Cole Custer. Next car he'll see on track is Blake Cook in the 11, and that would be the 2nd and final position out of stage 2 for the Dash for Cash. That could be a big battle with 17 laps remaining. And if we get to the end of the stage,
Bubba's really being aggressive on the back of Brennan Poole.
Don't wreck it. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling.
it doesn't get any more aggressive than that.
No, that's been going on.
Bottom three, bottom three, bottom three, bottom two with him in the middle. Keep rolling. Right at your door.
That's the free pass position.
All good.
Big move there by Darrell Wallace Jr.
Well, that explains a lot of the aggression, because unfortunately that's what you have to do sometimes. Unfortunately for us, because we get to watch it.
That was as aggressive as you'll see without wrecking somebody. And look, the hole was open. William Byron knew he needed to get in there, but Brennan Poole did a nice job of closing the door. Lost his bumper out of the deal.
And William Byron's thinking the same thing. He's like, man, I got to do everything I can do to get myself in position for the free pass. So that's why you're seeing the aggression out of these guys, and the bumper hanging off the back of the 48 car.
Might get a debris caution before we get to the end of our second stage. 13 laps to go. Larson a half a second in front of Suarez. Ryan Blaney, Eric Jones, Austin Dillon, the top 5. The top 10, Allgaier, Hemrick, Cook, Brandon Jones, and Ty Dillon. Quite a mix here today.
Looks like some raindrops starting to fall. You keep these cars green and running, that rain won't be a factor. Hopefully we can get
put it out, precipitation.
There's the caution.
West.
Some bad news for Bubba Wallace. Just before that caution, Quinn Hoff had gotten lapped, and so that puts Quinn, the free pass car, and takes Bubba back to a lap down.
10 laps to go in the stage. Larson leads it. Justin Allgaier is 6th. And if we're able to make it to the end of this stage, make the race official, and the weather were to continue, it would be Justin Allgaier who wins the $100,000 and would be halfway to $1 million, because if you can win all 4 editions of the Dash for Cash, he's already won one at Phoenix. We go to Richmond next week, Dover in June. You get a bonus $600,000, taking the payout to $1 million. That would be nice.
No, that would be awesome. That's what that would be. That's a lot of money.
A lot of money.
We know Justin Allgaier is probably thinking, you know, maybe I'll build me a pool, a little addition to my house. This car owner's thinking, I'm gonna buy some more tires.
That's right.
I'm gonna get some better aerodynamics.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this program, even with the $100,000 or the $1 million, that's a lot of money to, whether it's 100 or a million, to these teams to be able to go out and do those types of things, to go buy more tires, because the budgets are tight. They spend everything they can on every week to make their cars as competitive as possible.
Now let's take a look at how Josh Williams, spotter for Ryan Blaney, helped him worry less with the Liberty Mutual Insurance spotter coverage.
Really struggling on the bottom. Watch this 07 up top here. Keep coming low, keep coming low. Keep coming. One outside. Caution's out, caution's out, caution's out for 07. Still outside.
Spotters are huge here at Bristol, huh?
Josh Williams. Josh Williams, not only a great spotter, he's a scratch golfer.
And there's Kevin Clark, our spotter, NASCAR on Fox, high atop the Liberty Mutual spotter stand.
Looks like NASCAR is going to take the cars down pit road. 8 to go in stage 2.
And I like this move. You know, instead of just running out there, it's obviously raining harder than we think it is standing up here in the dry booth, but just bringing them down pit road and not just running the stage out, so that these guys have to race and do all the things that they need to do. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a race win on the line, so it doesn't look like that's going to last all day on the weather front, on the little rain cloud we have.
And this track dries so quickly, Adam. I mean, we get this thing ready to race again in a half hour, so there's still a lot of daylight and a lot of action ahead.
He's a Cup champion. Turns out Kevin Harvick can play the role of meteorologist as well. He says this one's going to pass and we'll be racing again soon.
Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. You know he loves taking a risk. Yeah, blue right front there, man. I think we're done here. Looks like we got some weather headed this way. It's getting pretty close here. We just got to go. We got to stop running around on the caution here.
Oh, and the weather is here. 162 of 300 laps complete, and we are under a red flag because of the rain. It was sort of in the area. It was letting its presence known throughout the weekend and obviously throughout today, and it is finally opened up. So a little bit of rain out there, and you know that Kyle Larson, Larry Mack, he was sitting in that car thinking, just make it to halfway, because if the rain does come, he would have been the winner.
Yeah, but I'm looking right now, and I've been looking at the same radar for about the last 30 minutes. What it's showing is that sail that just hit us, it's going to last for about 30 minutes, and as you saw on the radar, it's pretty clear behind that. So we're going to do everything you can to get this race restarted. Too much on the line just to say, let's just call it.
Absolutely. So the VHT is something that we've talked about throughout the weekend. Heat. You mentioned in the pre-race show that it acts better when it's hot, when it's heated up. Now the rain comes. How does that change it?
Yeah, and I mean, it's not going to rain hard, but yeah, the biggest thing it's going to do is cool that VHT down, so it will take a little bit of heat from the tires. Doesn't take long, especially when you have that many race cars out there. Get a little heat in it, then it'll start to get more grip again.
Well, it's been the Kyle Larson so far in this race. He's led 154 laps, and he is down on pit road with Matt Yoakum.
I just saw Kyle Larson's 5 new best friends, 4 jet dryers, and a sweeper come down on the racetrack to do a little bit of cleaning. Your car not as good this run versus earlier in the race?
I'm a little too loose for the bottom, but I think once the groove, if we were to get a long run and we were to move up, you know, just right there like it was before this rain came, I think we're going to be even better. So I guess give up a little bit on the short run to help the long run. I think we can go back on our changes maybe just a little bit and meet in the middle and we'll be better. So Ineos Chevy, those got a pretty good balance. I wish we could catch traffic a little quicker because I think I'm really good through traffic. Been able to move around, just taking too long to get there.
You started working in that high line back in Cup Series practices earlier this morning. Surprised that it came in as quickly as it did?
Not for this race. I thought we got the top rubbered in pretty good there in happy hour in the Cup car. So I figured once we got the traffic in this, the top would come in like it did. So I'm happy that me and Ty Dillon were actually able to get the top going in Cup practice to help us for the day.
He has been second here 3 times, hoping for the big W. Chris?
And Daniel Suarez is currently second, but you're trying to hunt down Kyle Larson there for probably close to 40-50 laps there, and it looked like quite a few times you were catching him. You feel pretty good about your car?
I feel pretty good about my car. I feel like we are a little bit faster than 42 actually in the bottom. But in the top, for some reason, we are not quite as fast as he is and some other guys, but I feel like we have a good car, much better than yesterday. It's going to be a new game here. Now the racetrack is going to be like, start again.
What do you think the rain is going to do to the track?
I don't know. You tell me, because it's going to be a brand new game here, and it can play either way. It can play, against us, or it can play in our favor. So we'll see how that play out. Hopefully the rain seems like the rain is going to go away in 15-20 minutes and go again.
Now, if the track does change quite a bit, did you guys build a lot of adjustability into your car?
I think we did. I mean, we had a little bit of water before the race started, and I started very, very strong. I was passing cars every corner, so hopefully work out the same way.
Yeah, I think we're going to get back at it. Jamie?
Well, Ty Dillon's 9th on the board, and before the race, you told me we'll probably get up there, but later in the race. You and Kyle went up there early. Was your car comfortable? Were you happy to run up there earlier?
Yeah, we were. Our next team Chevy was really fast to start and was up to 4th. I saw Kyle move up, and I was like, I know if he can do it for 1 lap, I know we'll be good. And both our cars took off pretty well there. I kind of made a couple more mistakes on that last restart. I got into a lap car and damaged our right rear. Took me a little bit to get used to the car the way it was driving like that, and then we were just a little bit too loose and kind of made some mistakes. So I'm glad that we stopped, and looking forward to getting this race going and run the full distance. I think we'll have a good shot with our next team Chevy.
So you guys were talking on the radio about some adjustments. What do you need in your car to be a little bit better to be up front and run with those guys?
That second set of tires, I was really loose, so I just need maybe a little wedge or whatnot. I just need some lateral load. I'm just sliding around a little too much out of the comfort zone to be able to really hustle around here. So we'll work on that once this rain goes away and hopefully have a good shot at him.
All right, this is one of Ty Dillon's best tracks, looking for his first win. Let's go back to Shannon.
Thanks, Jamie, and that's exactly what we're hoping, Ty. We're hoping this rain goes away. We get you guys back out there and get the green flag going. We'll be right back here at Bristol Xfinity Series Racing. Mac.
Well, yeah, qualified fifth, show speed all weekend. Remember, they started the season off with 2 30th place finishes. This really got the ball rolling for them.
And it's a lot of zeros after that one, but the party continues at Junior Motorsports for crew chief Jason Burdett when he gets back. This is what happens. The guys throw water balloons. They dump water. I mean, he can't even make it in the door.
What a great problem to have. They could more than happy hit me with water balloons if I win a race, no question.
And there's Jason Burdett at his desk. Well, I mean, he's soaked. He needs a shower after that one. So far today, we've only had the one stage, and the two guys who have been able to transfer in the Dash for Cash for today's race is Cole Custer, who finished 6th in stage 1. Tell him, Larry Mack.
Another $600,000, just equal it out to $1 million.
Woo! I could think of a lot of things that I could do with $1 million. Matt Yoakum is down with Justin Allgaier right now.
I think they would buy a whole lot of water balloons, too, if you're at JRM. So you've had a chance to size up where you are and your competition looking at that big check.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, our biggest goal for these fans is to get in a full race. But I'll be honest with you, I was counting those laps down, looking at the rain, going, man, we're the first car on this Xfinity Dash for Cash, and if it rained, I wasn't going to be too disappointed. But we've got a really fast Cheney Brothers Cessna Chevy. Really proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. Jason Burdett, I'd love to get him bombarded with water balloons again. But, you know, this racetrack's been so much fun today. It's moving around a lot, and there's just so many different dynamics to this race and passing cars. So we'd love to be up a little bit farther, battling it out with Kyle up there for the win. But right now, we feel like we're really solid where we're at. And, again, huge thanks to Xfinity, Comcast, for all they do for this sport. To go for this $100,000, but not only for today, you know, to do it twice and then to still be in the running for that $1 million at the end of this program would be definitely something special. So that's the end goal when it comes out of coming out of here, Bristol.
Does the track have a unique personality today?
It does, and I think that's what's so great about Bristol. It doesn't matter if it's right here today or if it's in the fall or last fall or the spring before. Every time you come to Bristol, it's different, and I think that's what makes this racetrack so much fun, is it's always changing. This week, probably more than I've ever seen it. You know, you're able to go to the bottom for a little while, then you got to move off the bottom when it gets rubbered in, go to the top, kind of vice versa. When it gets rubbered in, I need to move back down. So a lot of moving parts. It kind of reminds me of my growing up in a dirt track, so that's really been a lot of fun, and I've been getting to my dirt racing in on iRacing lately, so I feel like it's helping me out a lot today.
But I think the paycheck could be a whole lot bigger at the end of the day.
Yeah, yes, he would love that. Last year when he won the $100,000, he gave it to his crew guys. So it's a team effort. They all want to win this.
Well, and this is going to be a team effort if he can win it here, because obviously, yeah, right now he is the top running Dash for Cash driver, but if he wants to win the race, there's a lot of Cup guys up there he's going to have to beat.
There are 8 Air Titans here today. NASCAR said it would take about an hour to drive the track once those guys get going, and you see them out there right now. We'll be back here at Bristol. Welcome back to Bristol Motor Speedway, waiting for the rain to clear out, the Air Titans to get onto the racetrack, and we've got drivers down on pit road with all of our pit reporters. Jamie Little standing by with the guy who won here last year.
Yes, and they're playing some great music, Ice Ice Baby on the radio right now. But the good news is the rain is letting up. It looks like we're going to get back to racing. What did you think about your car? We're almost at the end of stage 2 at this point.
Well, I think there was a difference between stickers and scuffs for our car, and we made an adjustment off of the first run, and
probably didn't have to. When we put our stickers on, our car was back pretty good. Now, with the rain, watching off some of the rubber, I'm interested to see what's going to happen here when we go back green. But pretty good, all in all, for the Rheem Chevy. Just need a couple more spots.
So last week you were at the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You a big fan? Was it a good concert?
Yeah, it was great. I had a lot of fun. Me and my buddies got to go, and it was a blast.
Awesome. Well, Shannon Spake saw you there, so she ratted you out. So car's pretty good. Your little brother, though, he's running up high. Are you going to get up there and run with him when we get going again?
Yeah, hopefully I don't see him, so I don't have to worry about it. But the top groove did come in right there the last 3 laps. I jumped up there and gained a couple spots, too. So it's a pretty fun track, really. I think that the way we've got it with the grip on the bottom and being able to cut to the top and come back across it, it's a lot of fun where the rubber lays down. So it makes it an interesting race. I'm really excited about tomorrow's race.
Awesome. Austin Dillon, when we get going, he'll be 5th on the line, Chris.
Yeah, Jamie, we're seeing a lot of different lines out there, some comers and goers too. And Eric Jones here, you led about 6 laps early in the race, but you got some damage on that left front corner. Did the car change after that?
No, not really. I don't think we have any damage that's been really hurting the performance of the race car. The Reese's Camry has been okay. I thought we fired off really good, and now we've had to make some adjustments as the days went on. The track's just moving around a lot. We've been from the top to the bottom to everywhere in between. So just trying to keep up with that, and I think we've been doing an all right job of it. Just a matter of figuring the balance out.
Yeah, and listening to you talk about the balance of the race car, the adjustments that you're making, are they working?
Well, I think we're going in the right direction. The first adjustment we made was a little bit better. I think we're on the right track somewhat. So we'll keep working down that road. We got a long way to go, and we fought our way back up to 4th here. So we'll just keep working on it and hopefully be up contender for the lead here soon.
Yeah, he won at Texas just a couple weeks ago. Trying to back that up here this weekend. Shannon?
Thanks so much, Chris. Larry, you heard Austin Dillon say he went to Red Hot Chili Peppers. You like the Peppers?
I do. I did not attend the concert, though.
Well, next time we'll go together, all right?
All right, got it.
We'll be back in Bristol after this. Oh, what a beautiful sight it is. The Air Titans are out on the racetrack, and they are starting to dry the track. There's 8 of them. NASCAR said it would take about an hour to dry the track, so let's start those watches right now. You know, there's so many great memories from Bristol, Larry McReynolds, and some of them, no matter how many years go by, they will live forever. 15 years since this little gem.
You know, I always said Greg Biffle was a good guy, but he's about the most impatient thing. I'll be waiting when he comes in here.
And I didn't do it on purpose. That's just racing at Bristol, hard short track racing.
Biffle's an idiot. That's pretty much enough.
Well, well.
No, I mean, he told him he was going to be waiting, and you saw him standing on the wall. We were up in the Fox broadcast booth, and Kevin, we knew what you were waiting on. We knew what was going to happen. It was no surprise when we saw it.
Kevin, what did you say to Greg Biffle exactly?
I don't remember.
I bet he does. If it was on Radio Sweetheart, it would sound a whole lot like this. Beep, 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 beep.
That's right, it would have.
How did you do that? How are you so agile? You flew over the wall and landed in his lap.
Well, it was 15 years younger, first off. I don't think that those mobility jumps would be in my execution anymore. So, you know, I think as you look at that particular moment, I was mad and young and obviously felt like I needed to make a scene, I guess.
Scale of 1 to 10, your anger on that Saturday was?
I was angry a lot when I was younger, so that was probably a 10.
Okay. You've mellowed, though.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of work. I mean, you know, now it'd be a pulled hamstring and a sore back, and I'd still be in trouble, but it probably wouldn't be as expensive today.
I made the mistake one afternoon of trying to express to Mike Dillon, Austin and Ty's dad, how mad I was at him.
How'd that work out?
And I jumped up and grabbed him, and before I knew it, like, he had me in a headlock. I didn't know how strong Mike Dillon is. That's a lot of man.
Mike Dillon is one of the strongest men you will ever come across in your whole life.
Well, somebody should have told me that when I went at him, because he got me in a bind in a hurry.
His 2 kids, Austin and Ty, having pretty good days inside the top 10. But let's face it, Kyle Larson has been the dominator so far. 8 laps to go, stage 2 under the red. What are the observations? What do we think for the stretch run?
Well, I'm looking forward to going back to caution, and I hope we only go to caution for 1 lap. Open the pits so we can see some strategy. I think all the Cup guys that don't need the stage points will pit to get themselves in a better position to win the race. That's the battle. The guys that want to win the war, no, that's a war. The battle. Whichever one's not as important. The Xfinity guys will stay out and try to win stage 2, and that means we're going to have mixed strategies on the racetrack, and that's always a lot of fun. And plus, think about this. A lot of progress made by Suarez and Ryan Blaney running down the dominant car of Larson, so there's still a lot to go on here.
Our pit reporter's doing a great job down there of chasing down drivers. We heard them talk about how the track will change after it's dried. What do you think, Kevin?
Well, I think the VHT on the bottom, I think it'll cool off and won't have as much grip right off the bat, and I think you'll see that come back around. But I think that obviously when it cools off and the rain comes, it's going to change something, because we saw Kyle Larson's car change from how he ran the first run to how he ran the second run, and I don't think it was as good. I think Suarez had the best car there, but Kyle had the track position.
Shannon said they're drying the track. She said, start your clock. I have 2:30 Eastern. I say at 3:15, this thing is dry and we're ready to roll again. You guys agree with that?
Now you're a prognosticator.
The fun that comes out of Bristol.
So today it's an FS1 doubleheader. Bryce Harper and the Nationals step up to the plate against the New York Mets. Harper is hitting over 400 right now, and that is followed by the Cardinals versus the Brewers. What a perfect day to watch baseball, and it all starts right after our race coverage here from Bristol. Now, NASCAR drivers are always giving back, and when Darrell Wallace Jr. did it, he had to go back to his former high school, walk those halls. Here's what it looked like.
Look where we are. We're at school desks in your old high school. What was it like walking through these hallways?
Walking through the halls now is so weird. Like, I remember down here is science wing. The best spot was cafeteria for lunch. I was always excited about that. I was that kid that would push everybody out of the way to be first in line.
2011 yearbook. Mr. Wallace.
Look at that.
What do you think when you see that?
Holy cow. Braces.
Who was that kid?
That was a kid that was always gone his senior year.
That kid had a dream.
I did.
What was it?
To get out of high school as fast as possible.
But beyond that, I mean, you were trying to be a professional race car driver.
Yeah, absolutely. Graduation day, we raced Gresham in the K&N car. So I got my name called, walked right off the stage and right onto Coach Gibbs' plane.
How hard was that balance, a high school student and a race car driver?
It was really hard, especially from the schoolwork side of it.
Were you a good student?
I tried to be. When I was in school, I kind of just did everything just to get by. If we needed to make a 80, I made an 80.2, you know? That was me. But the Bubba Wallace Scholarship, program is something that's the exact opposite of what I did. I think because Northwest was such a huge help to my career and helped me get to the racetrack and not hold me back, that was like a huge thank you. And it's like, well, let's repay the favor,
We'd like to use Bubba as an example of what you do if you follow your passions and your dream. And so he's a very good example of when you follow your passions, you can do something with that.
He is a recent student. This is not a 60 or 70-year-old man who's given money for a scholarship. This is a guy that was here recently. A lot of the kids we have here, honestly, if they're gonna go to college, they're gonna need a lot of financial assistance. For a guy like him that went through our school to be able to give back like that to our students, I think is fantastic.
A lot of families, they save up for a college fund, and that's what they save up for. But my family is racing, and that's my college fund, is my racing fund. So I don't have that much money for college.
He's a pretty good guy to be able to give back. It's setting a good example for other people that are graduating and then maybe having successful careers like his. To be able to give back to the community means a lot.
It's two $5,000 scholarships. That's going to give someone a chance. Is that what you wanted to do?
Yeah, for sure. I got my big chance.
Darrell Wallace Jr. is going to get his first win in the Camping World Truck Series.
There were people that thought, that kid, he's never going to be a pro. No one ever lives their dream out like this.
Right.
I mean, you're an example of these kids. This can happen.
Yeah. But no matter any race win, giving back, helping out kids that are trying to make it to the next step is much bigger than a race win. Just to give back and help out the student that just need that little bit of financial help, that's where we're here to help out.
It'll go to someone deserving.
Yes, absolutely. It's the people that are dedicated, ones that are just overachievers, that also need the help to get to the next step.
It's been 6 years, Bubba Wallace going back to school, almost like Rodney Dangerfield, but you went back for fun, but on a special way. You see the impact your initiative does for them, but what's it mean to you?
It means a lot. Giving back is way much more important, bigger than a race win. As much as I am in need of a race win to lock us in the chase this year, lending out that helping hand, like I said in that interview, is so much greater, especially with the world today. You always want to reach out and help somebody that needs it. So that was a special day, and really proud of what not only myself and my family, they've helped me along the way, and able to be in a good spot and make a lot of friends and get a lot of people behind me to be able to do that and give back to Northwest Cabarrus. And I wasn't there much, but I only remember a little bit while I was there, but it was still a lot of fun, really cool.
Now, you and Ryan Blaney always seem to have a lot of fun, and we talk a lot about the bump and run when we come to Thunder Valley. Have you two been putting a little bumper to each other over the past 24 hours or so, pranking each other?
He's still whining about.
Drivers don't whine, do they?
Yeah, he does for sure. He gets a little butthurt. So, yeah, it's good times. He can touch my drum set all he wants. I can't touch his clothes though, so funny.
you know, we're talking a lot about old Bristol. We saw a lot of that today, especially from you. Very talented move using your bumper and not parking the 48, just gently moving him out of the way. That was very old school.
Yeah, it's a heck of a job, you know, with the VHT down there. I found something like right on the bottom, and it was just helping. And I picked off a couple guys, giving them the bumper, like, hey, three bumper rule, just like local Saturday night racing. And got by him, and then got by the 48, and gave him a handful of laps, just letting him know I was there, letting him know I was there, and letting him know that he's the car I need to get by for a free pass. And that was good racing. I'd expect the same thing. So hopefully no hard feelings, Brennan. You can, if I'm in that spot and I'm holding you up, give it to me. So it's fun, though. It's just like old Bristol. It's exactly what I was thinking about, right there on the bottom. I didn't end up like Harvick, though, and I think I can still move like that. I don't know if you can there, bud.
Ibuprofen, I think Harvick would need a lot of it. And you know what? This race is definitely not over, because my man here, he is back in 15. Now, if he was running 6, the race might indeed be called.
That's true, Matt. That is very true. I don't know if he's actually really mad at Ryan Blaney or if he was kidding there, but all right.
I know one thing I'm happy with.
Yeah?
I'm happy with this radar, because you see we are at the tail end. One little cell out there. We get this racetrack dry, we're ready to go. Look at it.
Rain,
it's all to the northeast of us.
Go away. We like that green stuff getting out of here. And the Air Titans are out on the racetrack right now. We are here at Bristol Motor Speedway waiting for the track to dry and to go green. A little rain isn't going to keep us from racing. This is what happened earlier today. All the drivers climbing into their race cars, green flag. But of course, now we have a little bit of rain in the area, so we're drying the racetrack off, and we're going to get these cars back out. You know, the driver of the number 4 Cup car, Kevin Harvick, is up in the booth with the guys here today. And the driver of the number 4 Xfinity car, well, he's down with Jamie Little.
Well, Ross Chastain, we've heard his name a lot today. Qualified 11th. You've had a good run going. And I heard on the radio some back and forth about the 51 car. What happened to you guys, first of all, on track, and then when we came in under caution?
Well, with our two teams, we run together every week. You know, nose to tail, one in front of the other. And we've ran into each other for 3 years now. Had a bunch of stuff off the track happen, and I've been good with it. I feel like been the bigger man in a lot of cases. So I started it today. I got into him when the 6 and the 48 were trying to wreck each other, and getting into one, I pushed him up and went on by him and ran the bottom and pulled away. And then the caution came out for rain. He got on my back bumper on the front stretch and tried to wreck us. And I told my owner Johnny, I said, when we get out, I'm going to go talk to him, but I'm not doing anything in the car. I don't want to crash a race car. So we got out, and I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. And somebody grabbed me by my shoulders, kind of pushed me. I just turned around and saw who it was, and hope he realizes now that he can talk. We can talk. But you can't grab somebody by the shoulders. And I've had it happen to me before, and I said right then I'd never let it happen again. So what's done is done. Hope we get to go back racing. Our GK Services car is good, really good. I found some grip on the bottom there, and want to get back up there. We're really an 11th or 12th place car. Realistically, we're back in 19th because we missed a wave round. So all in all, not trying to be like Kevin by any means. I didn't want to go look for it, but I got to stand up for myself at some point.
And Daniel Hemrick having a strong run here, 7th right now on the board. And Texas 2 weeks ago, not a good weekend, so things are looking good here today.
Yeah, it's been good so far. We got off there that first run with our Blue Gate Bank Chevy, but Danny Stockman, the guys, got me tuned up, and I feel like we're going in the right direction. And hey, we get a caution there about 40 laps in that run and get our track position back, which everybody knows is key here. But it's interesting how the racetrack is kind of going away on the bottom, but if you're in clean air, you want to be down there, but you can still make moves around the middle and top. So it's going to be interesting to see what the racetrack does now. Hopefully we can get back out there. I think we got 8 or 9 laps to the end of the stage, so it's going to be crazy to see how it all works out. So hopefully the fans are tuned in and sticking with us and put on a good show.
Coming off that off weekend, how important was that for you guys? You guys have, 5 Xfinity teams and then the alliance with the 11 team. How important was that for RCR?
It was huge for RCR. Having a company that has that much depth. But when you have that, you have a ton of cars and a ton of production going on behind the scenes. So when you commit and make your West Coast swing and you start down a certain path, you get to where you kind of want to get back home so you can reevaluate your program. So we were able to do that with that off weekend. Myself and Danny and my guys, everybody was 21 team, were able to spend a little bit of time together, pick out our strong suits and where we feel like we needed to be a little better, and had a couple of meetings there with the boss RC and figure out what we need to do. So we're making stride here as a group. It's early for us. Hopefully we keep getting better and better.
Yeah, 5 of those 6 cars right now in the top 10.
Thanks so much, Chris. And we did just get word that Jeremy Clements and Ross Chastain will make a trip to the NASCAR hauler after this race to discuss things a little bit further. Charlotte is where most of these race teams are located. It's also where our race hub is located, and that's where we find John.
One of the most important things a NASCAR team has to deal with to make their car perform isn't a part of the car, but the air around the car. Air affects how the car handles on the racetrack in a number of ways. The science of how the air interacts with the car is called aerodynamics. For a stock car, the two key aerodynamic factors affecting the car are downforce and drag. Drag is wind resistance fighting against the forward motion of the car.
If you ever stick your hand out the window, if you're going 25 miles an hour, you can feel that air. But then imagine going 200 miles an hour. And so that air is a pretty big deal. It's kind of almost like hitting a wall.
A team wants to minimize drag as much as possible while maximizing downforce. Downforce is the pressure created by the air pushing down on the car as it passes over. Adding more downforce allows the car to have a better grip on the racetrack. Unfortunately, most adjustments that increase downforce also increase drag, which makes the car slower. So teams have to balance the need for car control with speed. When teams talk about car control, or handling as it's referred to in NASCAR, new fans may find the terms they use unfamiliar. We asked some of NASCAR's best drivers to explain how it all works.
Well, the funny thing is that in Europe, for example, basically all over the world, we don't use the word tight and loose. We use oversteer and understeer. So actually it's pretty funny that the first time I came here and I jump out of the car and I go to the crew chief and I told him, yeah, I have some understeer in this corner and oversteer in this corner. He was like, what are you talking about?
Here in NASCAR, we use tight when the car is pushing or is missing some front grip, and we use loose when the car is oversteering the rear tires and is missing rear grip.
When I say my car is tight, the best thing to compare it to is if you've ever been on the interstate in a rainstorm, you hit a water puddle, you start to hydroplane, you're turning the wheel and nothing's happening. That's basically what we have going on. We're going into the corner, you're turning the wheel and the car doesn't want to turn as good as you want it to. So that's a tight condition.
Then our worst spot is tight on exit. So when the car is turning, you get all the way down to the center of the corner on the bottom line, and when you get back to the gas, the car kind of takes off and goes towards the right. It doesn't literally turn right, it just kind of stops turning at that point. And so you have to get back out of the gas, let some load back off the front tires, get it back in the racetrack. By that time, you're giving up a lot of seconds, a lot of time, and it hurts your performance.
So when a car is loose, that means when it's going into the corner, the rear is starting to come out, or fishtailing. So what happens is that we will barely start turning and the car starts turning itself. When that happens, it's oversteer and the car is turning too much by itself, which can cause us to spin out.
That's a great question for my crew chief. I've been wanting to fix that for years. You just want that perfect balance.
I think the biggest thing during the race is, as a driver, we can move around and move our lines around. We can run the bottom of the racetrack to the middle of the top. So it's our job to really search around the track and see what best fits the conditions of our cars at that time.
Some of the adjustments we make inside the race car, we can adjust the brake bias. So what we do is we have a knob that will switch the brake pressure from maybe the front of the car to the rear of the car. The more you apply brakes in the rear, the more it will allow the back end to pivot around. So it'll make the car handle a little bit better around the corner. So that's some of the stuff that we do inside the car, along with we have some tire fans that we'll cut on as well that will help cool the tire, and the cooler the tire is, the more grip it has.
And there are thousands of things that you can do to make those adjustments, and sometimes the simplest things to make it looser or tighter is adjust the air pressure in the tires during the race.
A lot of times during the race, when we have very limited time on pit road, adjustments to try and fix a tight or loose race car in the jack screws for wedge in the back of the car, basically adjusting spring load on the right rear or left rear.
Wedge is the cross weight in the chassis, so there's a dynamic cross weight between all the tires, and so the lower the percentage of cross weight, the looser and the better your car wants to turn. When you're loose, you want to put wedge in to tighten your car up, and opposite, obviously, if you're tight, you want to take the wedge out of your car to make it looser.
Our track bar now is also a good help for balancing a car out, and that is done electronically inside the car now. Track bar basically just connects the chassis to the axle to keep the rear axle centered up under the car. And so what we're doing is we're changing the pivot points of the track bar to try and get the car to react to what we're trying to get.
At the super speedways, there are a few additional aerodynamic effects on the car.
Basically, 2 cars are faster than 1 in a straight line. So drafting, you're just trying to get, in the line of that draft. The more cars that are lined up, the faster that line of cars is going to go. Basically, the air, after it goes across the first car, there's a big hole behind the first car. And you get up in there and you have more speed.
When the race is going on and you have cars all around you, drafting plays a big part in your speed and catching the next car. Especially you see it in the most dramatic form on super speedways, where you see whatever the longest train of cars is tend to go the best. So what's interesting is that I come from an IndyCar background, and everything in front of you made a difference in an IndyCar, in an open wheel car. But in a stock car, it's really a lot more about what happens behind you. So on your right rear, on your left rear, on your bumper, the amount of cars that are behind you on your train.
Side drafting is another part of the aerodynamic level. It's a lot of fun to utilize, and it's a really good tool to aggravate or piss off your opponent. You can get really close to their door and the aerodynamic numbers change. The airflow changes so much.
Side drafting is really an art form of affecting the air on the side of the cars. So when you're getting close to a car that's next to you, so if I get close to this car, the air that's coming off the front of my car, I can dump the air onto their spoiler, creating their car to have more drag, and it slows their car down. It would be like riding in a boat and 2 boats riding side by side, and then this boat getting closer and dumping water into the back of that boat, right? It's gonna make that boat heavier, it's gonna create more drag, it's gonna slow that boat down.
The aerodynamic game of NASCAR is so intriguing, it's so interesting, and it's really hard to understand, but hopefully that helped you out a little bit.
Now that you've heard from some of the best in the business about aerodynamics, you can try setting up the perfect race car for yourself on the 2017 edition of NASCAR Heat Evolution, available on Xbox One, PlayStation 4 and the Steam Store. Every sport has its great moments, whether it's a close finish, a dramatic crash, or a great underdog victory story. NASCAR has plenty of moments that have left fans amazed. And like any sport, NASCAR also has plenty of wild and crazy moments that you have to see to believe. So let's take a look at a few of NASCAR's most unbelievable moments. NASCAR gave the world an introduction to just how unpredictable the sport could be in one of its first nationally televised races, the 1979 Daytona 500. Race leaders Carl Yarborough and Donnie Allison would take each other out in a dramatic last lap crash, handing an unlikely victory to Richard Petty, who had been running a distant third. The drama didn't stop there, as Yarborough and Allison exited their cars and began to fight. While this may be one of NASCAR's most well-known fights, it's hardly the only time drivers have come to blows. NASCAR's 1989 All-Star race featured a few unexpected moments. After Darrell Waltrip crashed late in the race, allowing Rusty Wallace to take the win, both drivers and their team disagreed over just what caused Waltrip to crash.
Darrell was driving hard, I was driving hard, I got up underneath him coming off of turn 4, we just got together.
I just hope he chokes on that 200,000, that's all I can tell him. No, he knocked the hell out of it. I mean, this is no kind of race to be playing that kind of game. Should have gone back to the last green lap, put me back in front.
He's always complaining when I beat him, so I beat him again. And I didn't beat him the way I wanted to beat him. We got together. But he's always got something to complain about when it's got something like this.
It's an ugly way to win.
There's no use to talk. This was an important race. There was a lot of money. The crews don't have nothing to do with this. If it's between me and Darrell, if he's got a problem with me, then I guess he's got a problem with me.
You don't ever want to get in an argument with a fool.
Drivers don't have to be fighting for a win to get into a disagreement. A bump during the race can lead to a post-race shoving match, or sometimes an in-race shoving match. Disagreements in the pits or garage can quickly escalate when crew members get involved. Drivers might want to think twice before crashing a rival. Fighting can lead to an invitation to the NASCAR hauler for penalties. But then again, that might be the safest place for a driver being chased by angry crew members. One of NASCAR's truly wildest moments occurred in the earliest days of the sport. In 1953, one of NASCAR's most popular drivers, Tim Flock, became the only driver in NASCAR history to race with a passenger in the car. Who was this passenger? Perhaps a mechanic or a lucky fan? Well, not exactly.
I was racing for Ted Churcher in Atlanta with my Hudson Hornet. Ted owned 3 or 4 car lots in Atlanta, and one day I was on the lot talking to him, and he walked up and said, "Tim, I've got an African monkey in a cage at my home. Why can't you let him ride in my Hudson Hornet?" His name was Jocko Flocko. I said, "Well, Ted, you're the owner of the car. I'm just a driver." But I said, "Ted, I don't think NASCAR will let a live animal ride in the car." So I'll never forget how much trouble we went through trying to hide Jocko in the infield before the race started. And man, when they throwed the flag, I'm going down the backstretch doing the race. Here's a monkey grinning at them, and they'd almost run into the wall. And would you believe that monkey would laugh at them and cut up and wave at them? He running 8 races with me. NASCAR didn't say a word.
Jocko holds a few distinctions in the sport. In addition to being the only known race car passenger, Jocko Flocko visited Victory Lane with Tim after his win at Hickory Raceway. Unfortunately, Jocko's career as NASCAR co-driver was short-lived.
He got him under the 2 belts, and I think a pebble come through that crack off of the track, and he come screaming up in the car and got up on, you ever heard of a monkey on your back? I literally had a monkey on my back, and he was screaming. So I come around and come in the pits, grabbed Jocko, and pulled in the pits and handed him to a pit crew. But it's the only time in NASCAR history that a Grand National car had to come in the pits to put a live monkey out.
After just 8 races, Jocko Flocko retired from NASCAR competition. But his legend endures as NASCAR's most successful non-human competitor. Though Jocko Flocko is the only animal to ride along in a NASCAR event, he's far from the only animal to make an appearance at the track.
Last year at Michigan, I think we had a groundhog running on the backstretch in practice. I almost hit that sucker. It was close.
This is really going to get good. He's got... oh, all right. he's gotten away again.
I didn't have a good feeling about it. I told you, I'm still putting my money on the...
They were trying to relocate the groundhog, and he's on the run.
NASCAR events have been interrupted by wildlife on a number of occasions.
I saw a turkey at Pocono at a test one time run across in front of me. That was funny. I was like, wow, there's a turkey. And I watched a rabbit get destroyed at Sonoma. I seen it, I was like, there's a rabbit. And next time I came by, it was just fur and guts.
Always mindful of safety, NASCAR officials work hard to make sure everyone at the track is safe, including rabbits, squirrels, and other furry creatures. Why did this chicken cross the racetrack? Who let this dog out? We may never know. Animals aren't the only uninvited guests to interrupt a NASCAR event. Believe it or not, fans have found their way onto the track more than once. Sometimes it's a fan who sees a great chance to meet his favorite driver.
Just a moment ago, here's what's happened. A fan somehow gets out of the infield area, comes out on the track, and is trying to get Pat Kenseth's autograph.
Jumps over the fence, goes running down there, jumps over the race fence, slides to the right side window of my car and hands me a hat and a Sharpie and says, will you sign this? I'm like, I'm a little busy right now, buddy.
Have you ever seen anything like that in a red flag?
Oh, we've seen a lot of weird things. That's the first time that's happened in our car, I think. But Matt and all the guys there got a good laugh out of it.
Every fan wants a chance to drive a car on their favorite track. However, one fan decided to take matters into his own hands at Talladega.
Well, the pace car, we understand, has been stolen. The officials are not driving this thing, and somebody has actually gotten in the pace car and stole it.
I thought it was a hoax at first, or a joke of some sort, and then I didn't know how they were going to stop it, but they roadblocked the track. They got these trucks across the racetrack blocking him, and he comes to a stop, and they yanked him out. Man, they were aggressive with that guy. That was a weird moment.
There are at least 2 policemen on motorcycles, plus this car, that are pursuing the pace car right now.
Let's see what happens when he gets to the roadblock. Will he try to go through it, or will he stop and be captured? And I guess he's going to stop. Well, this is certainly a...
Well, I've heard the story of a man who makes a living by going around crashing parties, but this is certainly a first.
And you can see the crowd standing and applauding the officials who finally have captured this thief.
It has been a bizarre day.
Sometimes a fan just wants to cheer his driver to victory, or maybe find a better view of the racetrack. Whatever the reason, the racetrack can be a dangerous place. Please remain in your seat at all times. Many times a driver's biggest competition can be the racetrack itself. Sometimes the track's effect on the race is more obvious than others. NASCAR fans love a good night race, and one thing you have to have for a good night race is lighting. Unfortunately, lights can go out when you least expect, as they did at this truck race in Phoenix.
Ryan Blaney doing everything he can, and the lights go out! The lights go out again, just like they did earlier this evening, and caution comes out.
This was late in the race, coming down last 60 laps or so. All of a sudden, it goes black. So all you see is like lights from like the infield were on, I believe, but they're not shining on the racetrack. So you can kind of see where you were going, but it was extremely dark. So they ended up actually calling the race.
Or this XFINITY Series race at Texas.
I had lights go out over here. Nah, man, it's light enough. You can race right there. Oh, yeah, I know. But I just saw it happen. I'm just letting you know. Get dark over there.
Or this Cup Series practice session at Daytona.
Jeff Gordon in the 24 being pushed by Carl Edwards in the 99. It's like they were trying to time as we just had the lights go out on the back straightaway.
NASCAR sponsors love seeing their logos on TV during races, but one sponsor got more TV time than they bargained for during a qualifying session at Chicagoland Speedway.
We were qualifying, and all of a sudden they had this huge orange Tropicana ball that was a blow-up advertising piece that blew over the fence onto the front straightaway and started rolling down the straightaway during qualifying.
Look what's chasing.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
Let's cover up. Look what's chasing Todd Zegedy around the racetrack.
I wonder what was going through Todd's mind when he looked up and saw that big orange thing coming at him.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this happen before.
The track truck is coming out to collect it, and it dwarfs the track truck. Watch this. Bet you've never seen that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you, Mike. I feel like they owe Todd Zegedy a rerun here.
I think the Tropicana Orange set track record, so we got something to shoot for now.
Can you beat the Orange?
I think we can catch him, but we can't pass him. No way.
You can't get around something that big on the track, right?
I don't think so. You know, the safety truck out here tried to get around him, and it just mowed right over him. So I don't think I don't have a chance.
One of the most spectacular and unusual examples of equipment failure occurred at the 2012 Daytona 500.
That would be Juan Montoya knocking down the jet dryer and starting the racetrack on fire.
One of the strangest moments was probably Daytona when Montoya hit the jet dryer.
Montoya hitting the jet dryer at Daytona probably is the craziest thing that I've ever seen on the track.
Juan Pablo Montoya, I think he broke a truck arm, or there's something that broke in his car.
Juan Pablo Montoya's car has blown apart right with the jet blowers that were working to the high side of the banking. Matter of fact, Juan Pablo has hit one of the jet dryers and the car has exploded. Right now, the safety crews are on the scene tending to Juan Pablo Montoya's car in an unbelievable accident.
That was an interesting race because Sunday had gotten rained out. I think it was the first time ever that Daytona was being run on a Monday. It was raining early in the day, so we had to run it at night.
I didn't actually see it from the track initially. My spotter, it was actually under caution, so we were going really slow on the track. And my spotter just came on, and he actually couldn't even tell me what was happening. He just kept saying, oh my, like just stop, just stop.
When you're going down the back straightaway at Daytona, that's where the airport is, kind of behind the back straightaway turn 3 grandstands. And so, you know, your first thought is, man, there's something on fire over there. And then you're like, no, that's on the racetrack.
The fire quickly grew as jet fuel spilled onto the surface of the track. Drivers watched from the backstretch, even getting out of their cars to give interviews as track workers tried to put the fire out and determine if the race could continue.
My dad happened to be leading at that point in the 500, so we thought they were going to cancel the race and he would have won the race, which would have been awesome. That was just one of the most bizarre.
Green to the west of us. That's all we wanted to see right there.
Clean and green. Okay, so the VHT has been the big story, and now that the rain has come, cooled the racetrack and maybe washed a little bit of that rubber away, what do we expect?
Well, it's going to take a little bit to get some heat, to get some grip, but I think the big story, if we can get this thing racing and get back to stage 2, so that's going to set up some interesting strategy if indeed that's going to be the case when pit road opens.
Another big story is that 18 who was hunting the 42 of Kyle Larson, who's certainly been the dominant car of this race. He's led 154 laps. Guys, you upstairs, you have the best seat in the house, so take it away.
Yeah, Kyle Larson certainly has been the guy to watch so far, Shannon. But I think about the many opportunities that exist once the caution comes back out. Larry talked about strategy. And ultimately, when we get to that final stage and we go racing for the checkers.
Well, we know the track's going to change. What do you do if you're Kyle Larson? He's been dominant. The competition is closed in, though, and now we're going through this transition with the track. What does he do for adjustments? What does Ryan Blaney and Daniel Suarez do to make their cars better? I think this last stage is going to be crazy entertaining.
Well, I tell you what's going to make it more entertaining is if the caution comes before the end of the stage and all these Dash for Cash guys have to decide, do I stay on the track to try to win the money today, or do I stay out and get the points? And because you know all the Cup guys are going to come to pit road and try to win the race.
But ultimately, that's what we're rooting for. When we go back to the caution, pit road opens, and we shake up the balance on this strategy. That's what's going to make it really entertaining here, Michael.
And we've seen that with every opportunity, especially in the Xfinity Series, for these Cup drivers to take a chance, change things up. The Xfinity drivers stay out, grab a stage win, and then try to parlay that into a race win. So we've got $100,000 for a Dash for Cash incentive for these guys to do something different than the Cup guys, and I think that's what we'll see if we can get pit road open in time.
They fired the engines, so we're about ready to go back under caution and lift the red. And my question for you, Kevin, how do you reset mentally as a driver?
Well, you have to do it quick because you know that you're going to have some things that are going to be different. You know that you're going to have to adjust your car, but you also have to be aggressive. And there's really only one stage of this race left, so you've got to try to keep your track position. But I have a feeling it might get all mixed up here, Mike.
We've already seen some great calls by some crew chiefs down on pit road. We talked about Chris Rice, Nick Harrison bringing Brandon Jones to pit road. Those guys are now racing for a spot in the Dash for Cash, and they're inside the top 10. How do they roll the dice here during this break?
Leaders are parked on the back straightaway on pit road. When they come around, they'll come by the start-finish line. There'll be 7 laps remaining in the stage. And we now understand from NASCAR, they're going to open pit road Decision-making time for these crew chiefs, Larry, what do you anticipate?
Well, I'm like Kevin. I think those top 5, they're cup drivers. They're not about stages. They're about winning the race. Come get your tires now. But also, I'm thinking about Justin Allgaier and his crew chief, Jason Burnett. I'm thinking about Cole Custer and his crew chief, Jeff Mendring. They're all the way back in 11th spot. They're already locked in as far as 2 of the Dash for Cash drivers. Come get your tires now. This is about winning the race. Now, if you're some of the others, maybe it's more about stage points. But if you come now, you're going to stay out at the end of stage 2.
But Larry, I look at my scoring monitor. We're going to have 13 guys on the lead lap, 14 once you add the free pass. How does that factor into your thought process here?
Well, I think that even more so leads you to come now, especially if you're some of those guys that I mentioned, Adam. Yeah, maybe if you're Daniel Hemrick, you're Blake Cook, that's 2 guys, they want to be a part of the Dash for Cash. So maybe they possibly stay out and try to see if they can hang on.
Hey, Larry, you can think about your decision a little longer, because just as we got the drivers in the cars, fired the engines, a quick burst here of rain. Now, we look good pretty much on the back straightaway, front straightaway down here in 3 and 4, but turns 1 and 2 have really gotten damp. Now, they're telling the drivers, stay in your cars. We're going to run the jet dryers out, the Air Titan, try and dry things down in 1-2 quickly, and then we'll resume the race.
You know, you asked Kevin about the mentality of the drivers getting back in the car, cranking the engine, going out there and trying to figure out how not only to win this stage, possibly win the race, $100,000 bonus. Shut your driver off, engine, or shut your engine off, driver. We've got to wait a little bit longer.
Hurry up and wait. It's been that kind of weekend here at Bristol. The rain is falling once again. We'll keep you covered live on FS1 from Bristol Motor Speedway.
Hey, Larry Mack, you gave the good people at home the good news, so why don't you give them the bad news?
Well, the bad news is we're in the mountains, and sales keep building, and now it has started raining just a little bit again.
We had a little bit of a burst, so they did cover back up the cars. They're going to have to re-dry the racetrack. So how about we take a look at the highlights? 162 laps, and this is kind of how it went. I mean, it's Bristol, and it started early. We had beating and banging, guys moving people out of the way, up the racetrack, just trying to stay on that bottom groove. And then on lap 80, Ryan Reed, he hit the wall hard.
Yeah, this was our first caution. We ran 80 caution-free laps, but actually the right front tire went down before he hit the wall. That was the results, a very torn-up 16 car.
Yeah, I told Jamie Little after the infield care center that he hurt his wrist. Kyle Larson, who's dominated this race, went on to win stage one. But take a look at Cole Custer and Justin Allgaier. They are the two that have advanced to the Dash for Cash, and they will be racing for $100,000. Before this red flag, the 6 of Bubba Wallace, he was wearing out the bumper of the 48.
But these two drivers were fighting to get that free pass to be the first driver a lap down. William Byron finally finished off that bumper cover on Brennan Poole's number 48 car. Here's our radar, and there's that little aggravating cell I talked about just to the west of us, so it's going to be quick. It'll move on through.
The green is moving out, and the clearness is looking good. So while we're continuing to wait for the track to dry, let's go back to Charlotte. John Roberts, the whole crew. Over to you, JR.
Spectacular and unusual examples of equipment failure occurred at the 2012 Daytona 500.
That would be Juan Montoya knocking down the jet dryer and starting the racetrack on fire.
One of the strangest moments was probably Daytona when Montoya hit the jet dryer.
Montoya hitting the jet dryer at Daytona probably is the craziest thing that I've ever seen on the track.
Juan Pablo Montoya, I think he broke a truck arm or there's something that broke in his car.
Juan Pablo Montoya's car has blown apart right with the jet blowers that were working to the high side of the banking. Matter of fact, Juan Pablo has hit one of the jet dryers and the car has exploded. Right now, the safety crews are on the scene tending to Juan Pablo Montoya's car in an unbelievable accident.
That was an interesting race because Sunday had gotten rained out. I think it was the first time ever that Daytona was being run on a Monday. It was raining early in the day, so we had to run it at night.
I didn't actually see it from the track initially. My spotter, it was actually under caution, so we were going really slow on the track. And my spotter just came on, and he actually couldn't even tell me what was happening. He just kept saying, oh my, like just stop, just stop.
When you're going down the back straightaway at Daytona, that's where the airport is, kind of behind the back straightaway turn 3 grandstands. And so, your first thought is, man, there's something on fire over there, and then you're like, no, that's on the racetrack.
The fire quickly grew as jet fuel spilled onto the surface of the track. Drivers watched from the backstretch, even getting out of their cars to give interviews as track workers tried to put the fire out and determine if the race could continue.
My dad happened to be leading at that point in the 500, so we thought they were going to cancel the race and he would have won the race, which would have been awesome. That was just one of the most bizarre series of events.
Eventually, the fire would be put out, and NASCAR would come up with a surprising solution to prepare the track surface for racing. Using laundry detergent to clean the fuel off the track, NASCAR had the track ready to go racing again after a lengthy delay. Drivers are the stars of NASCAR, and they've offered plenty of interesting moments. A basic rule of motor racing is the first guy to the finish line wins. But in a strange twist, this wasn't the case for NASCAR driver Ricky Rudd.
Here they are. Is there. 11. Owens! Davey Allison is spun. Ricky Rudd now has the lead. All kinds of contact here in the last few laps. And Ricky Rudd is apparently going to receive the checkered flag and the win of the Banquet Frozen Foods 300. Here he comes, waving to the pit crew as he passes by. The black flag is shown to Ricky Rudd. Rudd has shown the black flag. Davey Allison has shown the checkered flag. They did not give the win to Ricky Rudd, Bob? No, they gave the black flag to Ricky Rudd as he came down and passed under the start-finish line. They waved the checkered flag to Davey Allison, and he apparently is going to win this race.
You know, I've been racing since '63, and this is about one of the darndest calls I've seen made in a long time. You know, they've told us in driver's meeting, the last lap you're on your own.
but Ricky was not driving dirty. And, you know, you got to be able to race. And if they're going to take this away from us, this is totally wrong. I've seen it happen time and time again through the years, and they've never taken a race from no one yet doing this. If they do this, this is rotten.
NASCAR assessed a 5-second penalty for Rudd's contact with Allison. This remains the only time in the modern era that NASCAR has issued such a penalty. Rudd isn't the only driver who thought they had won a race only to find someone else in victory lane. In a 1994 Xfinity Series event at Bristol, Mark Martin was on his way to adding another victory to his already impressive resume as he took the white and yellow flag. Martin needed only to complete one final lap under caution for the victory, but unexpectedly pulled into the pits.
Here comes Mark Martin. He's coming. What's he? Well, he's coming down pit road. Wait a minute, Mark. The race is not over.
And Mark
Martin
pulled
in. David Green was winning this race.
David Green is going to win the race as Mark Martin has pulled down pit road.
I don't believe it. Have you ever seen a situation? I mean, the white flag was waving so clearly.
Martin, believing the race was over, headed to victory lane, only to find out that the win had been awarded to David Green.
What happened?
I can't believe anybody else would be that stupid. So what when you... Listen, man, I've been pulling for David Green to win really hard, but that's not like that. That's the stupidest thing I ever done. There's nothing else I can say. I thought the race was over. Those guys pulled up beside of me waving, and I swear I thought I saw Houston come down pit road. I thought it was over.
Dinner will be ready at 5.
Crews do their best to give their driver the best car they can for a chance at the win, but sometimes drivers decide to take matters into their own hands. One famous example occurred at Richmond in 1986. Dale Earnhardt Sr. was having trouble seeing through a dirty windshield, but he wasn't about to give up track position to get the crew to clean it.
Dale Earnhardt serviced his own windshield. NASCAR told him in no uncertain terms that's what a pit crew is for.
Several years later, Carl Edwards would try to attempt the same feat in somewhat less dramatic fashion.
He might make SportsCenter with this. Look at this from the onboard.
I think he will be on SportsCenter.
This has got to be a top 10 play. Come on. I mean, you're driving and you're cleaning your windshield at the same time. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that.
Another example of driver turned crew member occurred at the 2002 Daytona 500. Sterling Marlin had dominated the event, but during a late race crash, he sustained some minor damage to the front fender of his car. NASCAR red flagged the event to clean up the crashed cars, and Marlin decided to effect some repairs to his car.
Sterling Marlin is jumping out of his car. He's going around to look at the right front fender. But, he can't do that.
I didn't actually get to see him physically pulling on the fender, but I did see him running back around to get back in, and all I could think was, how's he going to get his winter net back up? These winter nets are very hard to get up on a speedway car.
Of course, working on a car under red flag conditions is against the rules, but that obviously didn't stop Marlin.
Well, I seen Earnhardt doing it at Richmond one time, so he got out and cleaned his windshield off, so I thought it was okay. I guess it was.
Marlin was penalised for his unauthorised repairs and moved to the back of the field for the restart, giving the win to Ward Burton. These are just a few examples of the wildest and most unbelievable moments in NASCAR. You never know what might be around the next turn, so be sure to catch every lap of the new NASCAR season. NASCAR drivers are the face of the sport, but it takes a huge team of people to put the best race cars on the track each week. Drivers depend on their teammates and crew members to help them perform at their best. Each season, NASCAR teams can go through a number of changes, including different drivers, personnel, or manufacturers. In this episode of NASCAR University, we'll give you an overview of each of NASCAR's top race teams, so you'll be ready to spot your favorite driver on the track. Hendrick Motorsports is one of NASCAR's most successful teams ever. Things were not always this way though. Founded in 1984 as All-Star Racing, the team struggled to find funding and planned to shut down after only running a few races. Plans changed after the team pulled off one of NASCAR's great underdog victories in what was to have been their final race at Martinsville. The team has gone on to win 12 Cup Series championships since then. Owned by Rick Hendrick, the team has 4 full-time entries in the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. These include the number 48, driven by defending champion Jimmy Johnson, and the 88, driven by the series' most popular driver, Dale Earnhardt Jr., as well as the number 5, driven by Casey Kane, and the 24, driven by 2016 Rookie of the Year, Chase Elliott. Team Penske first entered the Cup Series in 1972. Owned by Roger Penske, this team has found success in many series, including Formula One, V8 Supercars, IndyCar, and a variety of sports car racing series. Penske fielded cars in the Cup Series for much of the 1970s before leaving the sport. The team returned in 1991 with Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace driving the number 2 car. Penske and Wallace proved to be a powerful combination, as Wallace would win a race in nearly every season until his retirement in 2005. Team Penske currently fields 2 cars in the Cup Series. The number 2 car, made famous by Wallace, is now driven by Brad Keselowski, who captured the team's first NASCAR championship in 2012. Joey Logano drives the number 22 for Team Penske and has collected several victories for the team, including the 2015 Daytona 500. Wood Brothers Racing is NASCAR's oldest, continually operating race team. Founded in 1950, this team is still run by the same 2 brothers who began the team, Glenn and Leonard Wood. The number 21 Ford is one of the most iconic cars in NASCAR history. Among the list of drivers who have competed for the Wood Brothers, you'll find 9 Hall of Fame members. Though they ran only part-time for many years, they dominated much of the 1970s, with driver David Pearson winning nearly 1 in 3 of the races they entered. The Wood Brothers remain one of the last single-car teams in NASCAR. Still fielding Fords as they have for decades, the team currently have a technical alliance with Team Penske. Current driver Ryan Blaney enters his 2nd year of Cup Series competition this season after a promising rookie year. Expect to see the 21 back in victory lane before long. Another of NASCAR's oldest teams is Richard Childress Racing. Founded in 1969, Richard Childress was both owner and driver for the team initially. In 1981, Childress turned driving duties of the number 3 car over to Dale Earnhardt Sr. This partnership turned out to be one of the greatest in the sport, as Childress and Earnhardt would go on to win more than 60 races and 6 championships together. RCR's current lineup of drivers includes Austin Dillon in the famous number 3. Dillon, Childress's grandson, is the first to drive the number since Earnhardt's death. RCR's number 27 Chevrolet is driven by Paul Menard, and Ryan Newman drives the number 31. Roush Fenway Racing is one of NASCAR's most successful teams. Founded in 1988 by Jack Roush, the team quickly became one of the most dominant in the sport. Hall of Fame driver Mark Martin spent much of his career behind the wheel of Roush's number 6 Ford. The team expanded and for much of the early 2000s fielded 5 cars. Roush set a record in 2005 by qualifying all 5 teams for the chase, which at that time included only 10 teams. This dominance would lead to NASCAR eventually limiting owners to a maximum of 4 teams. In 2007, Fenway Sports Group, which owns the Boston Red Sox and Liverpool FC, bought a portion of the team, renaming it Roush Fenway Racing. RFR plans to field just 2 cars this season, but is looking to expand again in 2018. The current team includes a 2011 Daytona 500 winner, Trevor Bayne, driving the number 6 Ford, and former Xfinity Series champion Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 17. Stewart Haas Racing is a relative newcomer in the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The team was founded in 2002 by Gene Haas, who also owns the Haas Formula One team. This team began competing under the name Haas CNC Racing. The team had limited success until 2009, when Tony Stewart bought a 50% stake in the team. Since then, the team has doubled in size from 2 cars to 4, and now has 2 championships. The team has undergone several changes for the 2017 season. Most notably is a change from Chevrolets to Fords. The other major change includes the addition of a new driver. With team owner Tony Stewart retiring from Cup Series competition, Clint Boyer joins the team in the number 14. Also in the lineup for SHR are former champions Kevin Harvick in the 4 and Kurt Busch in the 41. Fan favourite Danica Patrick will return to drive the 10 car for the team. Joe Gibbs Racing has been one of the top performing teams in the series for several years. Over the last 2 seasons, JGR drivers have combined for 25 wins in only 72 races. Owned by former NFL coach Joe Gibbs, this team was founded in 1992 with Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett behind the wheel. The team won championships with Bobby Labonte in 2000 and 2 more with Tony Stewart in 2002 and 2005. JGR has steadily grown its operations and now fields 4 Toyotas in the Cup Series with one of the strongest lineups in the garage. The team features 2 former Cup Series champions, Matt Kenseth driving the 20 and Kyle Busch in the 18. Denny Hamlin has been with the team for his entire Cup career in the number 11. Daniel Suarez will make his Monster Energy Cup Series debut in the number 19 following the retirement of Carl Edwards. Furniture Row Racing is Toyota's other top-performing team and has a close technical alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing. Furniture Row Racing is owned by Barney Visser and for much of its history has also been sponsored by the furniture company he owns. Founded as a single-car team in 2005, this team has fought its way to the top tier of NASCAR teams. The team earned their first win at the 2011 Southern 500 in dramatic fashion. The team became the first single-car team to ever qualify for the chase in 2013. The 2015 edition of Martin Truex Jr. as driver helped the team add 5 more race victories and 2 more chase bursts to their total. Truex will return again to drive the Team 78 car in 2017. For the first time in their history, the team will add a second full-time race team this season with Eric Jones driving the new 77 car. Chip Ganassi Racing currently has 2 entries in the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. Ganassi, who has been a dominant force in sports car and open-wheel racing, entered NASCAR in 2001, buying a controlling interest in Team Sabco. The team has fielded entries for a number of drivers over the years, including former open-wheel racers Juan Pablo Montoya and Dario Franchitti. Their current lineup consists of veteran driver Jamie McMurray in the number 1 Chevrolet and one of NASCAR's up-and-coming young drivers, Kyle Larson, in the 42. Richard Petty Motorsports, founded in 2000 as Everingham Motorsports, is headed by NASCAR's greatest driver ever. Richard Petty purchased a portion of Everingham Motorsports in 2010. Petty has had a number of drivers in his cars, including Australian star Marcus Ambrose. The team ran 2 cars in 2016, but will downsize this season to focus on improving performance of their famous number 43 Ford. Eric Almirola will return for his 6th season behind the wheel of the number 43. Front Row Motorsports, another Ford team, was founded in 2005 by Bob Jenkins. While this team has struggled to find success and operates on a much smaller budget than many other race teams, they have shown improvement in recent years. This year's driver lineup sees the return of David Reagan to the team. Reagan led the team to their first victory in 2013 and will drive the number 38 in 2017. He is joined by teammate Landon Castle in the 34. JTG Daugherty Racing began racing in the XFINITY series in 1995 and made the transition to Cup in 2008. though they have been a single-car team for many years, they are expanding this season. Driver AJ Allmendinger returns to the number 47 Chevrolet, and Chris Buescher will drive for the newly formed 37 team. The team has a technical alliance with Richard Childress Racing. Another RCR-aligned team is Germain Racing. Germain has been a single-car team since it began operation in 2004. This season, there will be a new driver in the number 13 Chevrolet, as Ty Dillon takes over the ride as he competes for Rookie of the Year honors in the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. Now that you know where your favorite Cup driver is racing in 2017, be sure to catch the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series each week and cheer them on.
We do get a free pass, and everybody is getting back on the racetrack. It looks like we're about to go green, Larry Mack, after hanging out during this rain delay, watching the track dry. You see the pace car out there, and you see the cars pulling off pit road. So let's go up to our guys who've been calling the race. Adam, take it away.
All right, here they come. Under caution once again, as you said, Shannon, off of turn 4. At the start-finish line here, there'll be 7 laps to go in our second stage, and we'll keep an eye on pit road. When we thought we were going to go back under caution a little bit ago, we anticipated that pit road would be open and these drivers would have the opportunity to come down the pit lane prior to the end of the stage. Pit road is open. Time to make a decision, play a little strategy. Larson, the race leader, Suarez second, Blaney, Eric Jones, Austin Dillon, your top 5. They're all Cup regulars, and at least the first 3 are coming down pit road. Jamie.
And Justin Allgaier comes in from 6th. They wanted to wait and see what the leaders did, and they followed suit. They're going to tighten him up, though, with the lack of rubber now on the track. It's going to be really loose. So they'll put 4 tires on and make a wedge adjustment as well, Matt.
Mike Shiplet making a small chassis adjustment on the 42. Remember, Kyle Larson was saying his car just too free to run on the bottom. And now with a clean racetrack, they're not sure what they're going to get. Cole brought the 00 in as well. Chassis adjustment, trying to get that car to fire off a little better for Custer. Chris.
Yeah, and Daniel Suarez was chasing down Kyle Larson. Pretty happy with his race car, saying it is a bit loose, but he says the car is great down in turns 1 and 2. Ryan Blaney also happy with his race car, but saying I don't have the best fire-off speed, but after 20 laps, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And Eric Jones, after that contact up front, he said The turn the front of the car, not that great. But the biggest concern is if we have a long green flag run, that left front tire not having much wear after 80 laps.
And Chris, problems there for the 19 of Matt Tifft as he went to come into his pit box. His teammate Daniel Suarez was exiting, and it looks like they got together. There were problems for Kyle Larson on his stop, and that battle off of pit road basically to determine who will be the race leader when we restart at the end of stage 2 here.
Just a little bit slow there on the right front, looked like maybe missed a lug, and that's all it takes to lose a spot, and that's exactly what has happened to Kyle Larson.
Here's what happened with Tifft and Suarez. Slight contact, so Tifft has had to come back down pit road. He'll get his service. These cars will cycle back to the front after we complete stage 2 and wrap up our caution there.
This is going to get good, guys. We see differing strategies. This is what stage racing was promoted for, mixing things up, not necessarily letting just the fastest guy get out in front and ride, making him earn it and work for it. And we're doing just that here, Larry McReynolds. The 21 of Daniel Hemrick, 11 of Blake Cook, they've elected to stay out, and they've got that track position.
Well, Michael, so did Brandon Jones in the 33, Brendan Gaughan in the 62. Our points leader, Elliott Sadler, they're thinking two things here. Stage points, and can I be one of the top 2 Xfinity Series regulars to end stage 2 and advance at a shot to win $100,000. So a couple agendas going on here.
We know Justin Allgaier, Cole Custer are moving on to the final stage to run for the cash. The question is who will join them, and we just read the names. Daniel Hemrick, Blake Cook, Brandon Jones, Brendan Gaughan, Elliott Sadler, all staying out here. They will be the top 5 on the restart, and they will be running for an opportunity at $100,000. The top 2 of that group will be the ones that are Dash for Cash eligible in our final stage.
And Kevin, when you've got to make something happen in just a couple of laps at Bristol, there's plenty of opportunities to do just that.
Well, and there's also a lot of opportunities to mess up, too, because we don't really know what the grip level is going to be with the track. Obviously, it just rained. They blew everything off. So that VHE is probably going to be a little slick. The top's going to be a little slick. And the thing that I'm interested in is obviously I think Kyle Larson caught a break here because I think that he would have lost control of the race to Blaney. So the race for the lead after this stage is going to be between those guys back there. So it'll be interesting to see who gets that.
And I'm also really interested to see which lane Hemrick takes. Does he go to the high side, put Cook on the bottom, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Brandon Jones in third, Gaughan up in fourth. All these guys racing hard for a chance to compete for $100,000 at the end of the day.
And I like Hemrick's choice at the top. I think that's the safe move right there. And I think getting going on the restart in the restart zone, it just seems to be such an advantage that you'll clear the guy on the inside by the time you get to turn one, and then you can do whatever you want.
And you talked earlier when the lower traction grip strip comes in, it needs a little bit of heat to do that. That heat won't be there initially, so be interesting to see if Cook can get going at all down there.
When we go green, there will be 2 laps remaining in our second stage. Hemrick, Cook, Gaughan, Brandon Jones up front. Elliott Sadler there as well. Good jump by Hemrick in that outside lane, and his teammate Brendan Gaughan going with him. Blaney fast on the restart. So is Suarez. Hemrick not only racing for an opportunity to go for the cash, he could win the stage, get a playoff point. He's 1 lap away from doing it. Gaughan settles in behind him. Cook has dropped back. It appears it will be Hemrick and Gaughan that advance and run for the cash. Off of turn 4, back to the line. Hemrick going to win stage 2. He's Dash for Cash eligible. He's a stage winner. Gets 10 regular season points, a playoff point. I would say that all worked out pretty good for the kid out of Kannapolis.
Well, and I talked earlier about the gamble that this team took earlier. They've done it all day long. What a great day, not only for that team, but also guys like Brendan Gaughan. He's going to be racing for $100,000. We talked at the beginning of the race how Gaughan has struggled all year. Bristol seems to set him free. 5 of the last 6 races, he's finished in the top 10. Now he's going to be Dash for Cash eligible.
Cole Custer made himself Dash for Cash eligible in stage 1, getting aggressive with Brandon Jones here at the end of our second stage.
Yeah, and I think what happens here is I think the caution was getting ready to come out, and after you take that green and white checkered flag at the end of a stage, you just slow down, and I think there might have been some miscommunication there. I don't think that was intentional.
So let's take a look at the drivers that will run for $100,000. Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Daniel Hemrick, and Brendan Gaughan. And keep this in mind, Allgaier not only won the $100,000, he won the race at Phoenix. If he can deliver another Dash for Cash victory here today, he'd be halfway home to $1 million. Because if you win all 4 installments, Phoenix, Bristol, Richmond, and Dover, that's $400,000 plus a $600,000 cash reward.
That's not bad.
I'd take it, yeah. So now the pits will open as we are under caution completing stage 2. And those drivers that stayed out there prior to the end of that second stage will come down and get their service. It will cycle through, put Ryan Blaney in the race lead. Second will be Daniel Suarez. Third, Kyle Larson. And of those drivers pitting, they're heading down toward Jamie.
And Brandon Jones's team said, it's all right, man, no harm, no foul. We tried to go for it, and it didn't work out. You see the chassis adjustment right there. Wants that car to handle a little bit better. And 4 tires for the 33. Down pit road a little bit more. Daniel Hemrick in on the bottom. And you see Blake Cook up top in the 11. They tried to stay out to get that Dash for Cash. Didn't work out for him as well. But the balance of the car has been good. A 4-tire stop, Matt.
And an update on that 21 car that Jimmy was talking about. He was a little bit free late on exit, especially coming off of exit of turn 4. Air pressure change on that 21. This team really trying to change things up. Mixed results this year, finishing their best results 9th through 13th. But he has some good success here in the trucks, 2 top 5s.
So Matt, a rookie, wins stage 2. The guy you were talking about, Daniel Hemrick, in the 21. And a rookie gets the free pass. Under this, our 4th caution of the day, William Byron running 15th. He returns to the lead lap, has an opportunity to make something happen here in our final stage. Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, Cole Custer, your top 5. Then it's Eric Jones, Allgaier, Ty Dillon, and Daniel Hemrick, who won the stage, going to restart 10th.
Let's get a word with Daniel. Daniel Hemrick, great job. You won that stage. Danny Stockman made a good call, and you drove the wheels off of it.
Yeah, definitely. This guy's done a great job all year, so good to get some stage points there and put ourselves in position for this Dash for Cash from Xfinity. We're giving all we got. Still a long race to go, but they put us in position. We'll see what we can do with it.
How's that upper groove? Are you enjoying running up high and low, all the options you have out there?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options. It still seems like dominant speed on the bottom, but you get the traffic, you can make moves and really diamond the racetrack. And what the 42 is making speed at, so hopefully we can keep ticking away at it. Make a couple adjustments here, see what we got.
All right, buddy, have a good finish to this race. It's been fun to watch.
Hopefully the fans are tuned in and enjoying it.
Look who's restarting right beside him in the 9th position. Michael?
He has been on a mission today, don't you say?
Oh, Quinn's been great.
It's been so fun. And, you know, we noticed it this morning. He had a tough practice yesterday. Not a lot of speed, but he came out to qualify this morning, put up the fastest time early, led that first session for like 12 of the 20 minutes. And now Schneider's been able to, Quinn's been able, Quinn Schneider, he's an Indiana basketball player. I was thinking of you, Adam.
Yeah,
but Quinn's been able to really make a big progress all day long. Now he runs in the top 10.
All right, here are the stage points that have been handed out today. Stages 1 and 2 now complete. Daniel Hemrick, the best of the bunch after getting the win in stage number 2. He's got 12. Brendan Gaughan 8 after that great finish in our second stage. Cole Custer, Blake Cook, Justin Allgaier, Brandon Jones, Elliott Sadler adding up some points here this afternoon. In entertaining first 2 stages, Kyle Larson dominated from the pole early. He's led 155 laps. Ryan Blaney has been good. Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, the other drivers that we've talked a lot about today. And the 4 drivers going for the $100,000 as we get set for our final stage from Bristol. Cole Custer, Justin Allgaier, Daniel Hemrick, and Brendan Gaughan.
You know, Kevin, you talked about who's going to control the race, a race between Blaney and Larson. After that restart, Blaney made some real progress on the start. He's going to start up front, but also Daniel Suarez, really fast car there as well. So I think the guys that have been the 3 best all day long have returned to the front. Be interesting to see who's made the best adjustments and can take advantage of that.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, you know, you see Kyle Larson with the mistake on pit road and then the restart starting on the bottom, lost another spot. It'll be interesting to see if those guys can maintain on the bottom to keep their track position, or do they have to battle and getting another spot. And on the restart, it'll be important for them to try to maintain the track position that they have to have a chance at winning.
And with the weather we've seen, we should point out to everyone, this race, should we get more precipitation, would now be deemed official. Underway in our final stage, Ryan Blaney jumps out front.
Well, and you see how important that top is on the restart. And right now, Blaney got a good launch. He's right back to the bottom and in control of the race. Means a lot.
And look how loose Larson is down on the bottom, losing more spots. He didn't get hooked up. We know that car was a little bit loose earlier. Be interesting to see if it gets under him quicker this time.
Look back behind him, 21 of Daniel Hemrick. Really good on the restart as he tries to jump out in front of Cole Custer and Justin Allgaier to lead the battle for the dash for cash.
And the advantage that Hemrick has is he doesn't have any of that built-up rubber on his tires, so he had clean, fresh sticker tires, and he was able to get a good launch on that restart and make up a couple spots.
I'd say it all worked out good for him. Not only did he stay out, get the win in the stage, and get the points, came down, got those tires, and now he's leading the battle for the 100 grand. That's pretty impressive.
Well, he ran good here in the trucks, and I think this is just a racetrack that he's taken to good. And you see some of these younger guys that are short track racers really be able to come to Bristol and be competitive.
Yeah, those banks really do take advantage of some inexperience. If you've got the nerve to dive down in there and lean up against them, it'll help your car stick through the corners, and your aggression can then be, you can benefit from that.
Yeah, it's amazing how much more nerve that you have until you hit something, and then you realize, all right, I need to pay a little bit more attention to what's going on here. I always tell people that hitting things makes you realize how fast you're going in these cars, and you are hauling the mail here at Bristol.
We said earlier today during qualifying, when you're running for the dash for cash, Justin Allgaier says, show me the money. We're seeing it again. He's jumped back out in front of Hemrick. Those three, those two and Cole Custer running right together. Elliott Sadler right behind him now.
Yeah, Sadler's had a good car. We know that all day long. He got behind early, but now he's been able to rebound. Be interesting to see if he can do anything with these guys.
Also keeping an eye on Kyle Larson back in third. Some distance between him and second place Daniel Suarez. And Suarez really doing a good job of hawking Ryan Blaney at the front. Blaney, though, enjoying the race lead. First time in a while, Chris.
Yeah, Blaney's trying to get that 22 car in victory lane. You know, all year long we've been talking about Kyle Larson in the Cup Series, all those second place finishes. Well, this 22 car has finished second 4 different times this year. Twice with Ryan Blaney, once with Brad Keselowski, once with Joey Logano. And I talked to crew chief Greg Irwin today. Are you sick of finishing second? He said, oh my gosh, we are so sick of finishing second. It's a lot better than where we were last year, but we want a victory.
They're sick of not winning, Chris. Last time they had an opportunity to get to victory lane, 2015, November of that year at Texas Motor Speedway. And while he's out front, it's not going to last long. Low lane, Daniel Suarez going for the top spot as we head to turn 3.
Well, I think this is the wrong guy that they want to have in control of the race, because I feel like he's got the best car. You see Blaney's car was getting loose right there as they got into this run, and the bottom got run in. So I feel like on the longer run, and even on the short runs, the 18 has been good, but on the longer run, I feel like Suarez has been the best.
I just think Suarez has been so patient today.
And now he's got control of the race. So I know I keep talking about that, but I feel like that's important here at Bristol. And I feel like his biggest deficit will be if we get into a really long run here and the bottom starts to get tight and Kyle Larson gets that top groove rolling again. I think that's the thing that he doesn't want to see happen.
And I think Ryan Blaney right now is Suarez's best friend. He likes the fact that Blaney's holding up Larson. He can get out there, establish his lead. We know how versatile Larson's been all day, able to go fast on the bottom, middle, and top. We've really just seen Daniel dedicated to the bottom, so he might have to keep an eye in his mirror, see where Larson's running, listen to a spotter, make some adjustments with his line.
Well, I think the biggest place that it's going to come into play is when you start getting into lap traffic, which they're there. And I think that's what Kyle Larson was talking about earlier, and how good that he was on the top and the bottom and working his way through traffic. And I agree with him. I think he's really good at maneuvering through lap traffic.
108 laps to go for the Xfinity Series here at Bristol. And for those of you tuning in to see the Washington Nationals and New York Mets, coverage of that game starting over at Fox Sports Go, along with the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network and Sportsnet New York. We will get you there live on FS1 as soon as we wrap up here. 193 of 300 laps complete for short track race of the year for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We're live in Bristol, Tennessee with Michael Waltrip, Kevin Harvick. I'm Adam Alexander. Kyle Larson dominated this race early. He is now in the 3rd position behind Ryan Blaney and race leader Daniel Suarez. We have 4 drivers running for a bonus $100,000 here today. Saw one of them on your screen a moment ago. The 7 of Justin Allgaier, Cole Custer in that category, Daniel Hemrick, and Brendan Gaughan.
So here you go, Adam. So we got the 18 on the bottom. and you've got the lap cars on the bottom, and the 42's up top, and he's making up ground. So you see Kyle Larson committing to the top, knowing that lap traffic is stuck on the bottom, and he's going where they aren't, and he's obviously being very aggressive.
And I think about how much time Larson spent in that high groove during Monster Energy Series practice earlier today, and the time he spent up there earlier in this race. All a little bit of an experiment to build confidence for what he needs right now, and that's to go to the outside of Suarez, try to regain the lead here.
Well, it may have been a little bit of an experience, but I can promise you this: if he didn't make one lap up there, he's probably going to be better than everybody else up there anyway. He's just that good at going up into the top groove and seeing where the marbles are and pushing that groove up higher in the corner. So he's just really good at it.
Jeremy Clements in the 51 spent a lot of time inside the top 15 early stages of this race. Had the 46 of Quinn Houff to the outside. That's a pretty good save right there.
That's a really good save, because you know you're on the edge of out of control. I know that sounds very much from the movie Days of Thunder, but you are on the edge of out of control here, and when it slips like that, it's usually a big slip, and luckily Quinn was able to move up and not get sideswiped by the 51.
51 back in the 22nd position right now. Cole Custer behind Joey Gase, the lap machine. Didn't like that. Trying a little bump and run there to get around him. And now working over the 21 of Daniel Hemrick. Those two drivers eligible for the $100,000 and racing behind this guy, Justin Allgaier, who leads the way right now and trying to win the 100 grand for a second time this year. He also got it done at Phoenix. Now, if you're wondering why you haven't heard Michael in a little bit, he's headed to the spotter stand. We got a whole new vantage point for our coverage today on Fox. How is it up there, Michael?
All I can say, Adam, is wow. I mean, it's amazing watching these guys operate in all the different lanes around this racetrack. Our Fox Sports team up here with the cameras, manning those, and all the things that are going on. Look at this battle for the lead. This is amazing racing, and when you're standing above it and outside, you can really appreciate how these guys are slipping and sliding around this place.
That didn't take long.
No, and that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, when you get into lap traffic and start having to do something different, Kyle's versatile as a driver, but his car is versatile as well. It will work on the top and it'll work on the bottom, and he just has options when he gets to traffic, and the 18's got himself locked on the bottom and can't make the top groove work and wound up losing the lead.
Does Suarez have to start searching a little bit now, because he realizes what was happening before is not going to work? In fact, he's got company. Ryan Blaney back to him in the 3rd position.
Well, in my opinion, he needs to search, because if he doesn't, he's not going to win this race, because of the fact that Kyle can get through traffic and he's got options, and his car is fast on the top, and it seems like the 18 has slowed down here. Maybe he's gotten tight on the bottom and can't do what he needs to do, but that top groove is definitely the place to be after 25-30 laps.
Blaney up to 2nd, and Michael, you've got a great vantage point of this. Lap traffic going to play a huge role in who wins this race today.
Yeah, it certainly will, Adam. Also, I've got a good eye on the 20 car of Eric Jones. While I walked up top, he was a half a straightaway behind that battle for 2nd. He's closed there. He's making the move on Suarez now. I think the adjustments on the 20 car, as I look from above, are really suiting him. Watch for him to be strong as this race winds down.
And Jones was a little bit quiet early in this race last year. We had great battles at the front, and then we got a late caution. He was in the right place on a restart, able to drive by Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and get the win here 1 year ago, and racing pretty aggressively with his teammate Daniel Suarez here.
Well, remember, he got some damage earlier too, so I'm sure they've had to tweak on that car a little bit to get it back to his liking.
These two can't get away from each other. Cole Custer and Daniel Hemrick racing for 9th.
Well, and two young kids that obviously are going to be bright stars in this sport. And Cole's been up and down today, but you know, racing there for 9th and 10th, and Daniel got some stage points, and it's fun to watch these kids move around and do things that they don't really know what they're supposed to do. None of us really know what we're doing anyway. We race cars for a living, but move around and try things different with a different outlook on how they should approach things and aggressively approaching things.
Cole Custer trying to get back in the game as far as Dash for Cash. He's 9th right now, Matt.
His car fired up much better, Adam, on this run, but it's still loose on landing, and he told me he's really gained a lot of insight at a number of places on the schedule by talking to his new professor, Kevin Harvick. He said, especially here, Kevin, he listened to what you talked about as far as rhythm and patience, but the biggest impact was on corner entry. He said that's where he really feels like you helped him the most.
Well, we talked this week, and I talk to Cole every week. He's very involved and very ambitious in trying to get his car and understand what he needs to do on the weekend. But the biggest thing about these cars is not overdriving the entry and causing the push and the guys not be able to fix it on pit road.
Custer wants to get back to this guy, Justin Allgaier, help himself in regard to the dash for cash. And Mike, that's 7 in a lot of traffic right now.
Yeah, you can tell that these guys are just really able to work the different lanes because of that traffic. Something else to keep your eye on when you look from above is the line that Ryan Blaney's running. He's actually going up higher than Kyle Larson, and he's making it work. There's just so many options for these guys. I like what Blaney's doing when he's not in traffic with going to the extreme high side.
And I think when you consider where Blaney was in 3rd and where he is now in regard to the lap traffic, only a second behind Kyle Larson, the 22 not done yet. 82 laps remaining at Bristol. Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, Justin Allgaier, your top 5. There's a lonely man right there. Fifth caution of the day out here at Bristol Motor Speedway. Ray Black Jr. had problems coming off of turn 4. David Starr trying to avoid him, clipped the front end, and that's why you see all the fluid on the racetrack. Pop the radiator there. So 79 laps remaining. Kyle Larson leading. Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, Justin Allgaier continue to be the top 5. And here's the reason for the caution.
Yeah, it looks like just a classic example of just getting loose on entry, and it just never grabbed for him, and he was able to not able to save it. It's just a fine line up there. You know, there's like I said earlier, there's crumbs up there, and the higher you go, if it's clean, it's going to be faster. But when you get that much out of the groove, it gets loose like that, and you just can't save it.
Hey, Michael, you had a good view of that, I assume, up on the spotter stand?
Yeah, I know. As Starr came off turn 4, really nothing you can do there. He was committed to try to get to the bottom of Black Jr., and you just can't turn on a dime like that. He clipped the front of that car, so looked like a little contact maybe back in the middle of the corner to Ray Black Jr.'s car, and away he went.
So pit road is not open, but the driver's coming down pit road to avoid the fluid here off of turn 4. But when we open up pit road, we're going to have about 75 laps to go. Everybody has a set of tires. 14 drivers on the lead lap, be 15 when we add the free pass. What do you think here, Larry, in regard to strategy?
Well, we know everybody has at least one set of tires left. We've run 42 laps since that last restart. I think when I look at drivers like maybe Elliott Sadler on back, we have right now, to your point, 14 drivers on the lead lap. I come get the tires now. If you just follow the leaders, that's what you're going to do the rest of the race. I think we'll see a mixed bag of strategy. I don't know if I see those top 3 or 4, maybe top 5, come to pit road and give up track position.
If you're Kyle Larson, you want what here, Kevin? Track position or some tires?
Well, I want control of the race, and I think obviously he has a good car. So, you know, I think as you go through this whole thought process, you have to decide how your car is handling, what you think, where you're at with tire wear. That's the thing that we don't know in this situation. How much are the left side tires and right side tires wearing? So there's a few parts of the equation that we don't know about as to being a part of that decision.
When we look at Elliott Sadler back there in 9th, where's the breaking point as far as wanting to come, because you don't have a lot of track position anyway? And if you do pit from back there, what are tires going to gain you at this stage of the game?
Well, I think if you're, I think I agree with Larry. I think it's going to be somewhere around 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, maybe a little sooner than Elliott Sadler, just for the fact that those guys think they need to make another adjustment on their car. And I think that the clean tires on the restart are going to get you something and maybe a couple spots if you can keep the track position of the guys that make the pit stop.
Michael, what do you want? Tires, track position? What are you thinking here?
It just depends on where we're running. If we're up front, I think we're going to want some tires and just get back in the situation where we can try to take control of the event, as Kevin says. I'm tethered to the roof up here. I've seen a lot of crazy things from my apartment above the pizza joint in North Carolina, but this view is amazing. Man, you can just watch these guys, Kevin, work the different lanes, work the grooves, and you can really see how they're able to close on the other cars by using those grooves. I know Larson has been dominant, but I really think I've seen some moves out of Ryan Blaney and even Eric Jones that lead me to believe this thing's far from over.
Hey, and Michael, we got a text from OSHA, and they say you look all good tethered in up there. Everything is by code.
This could be the coolest thing I've ever done. We're way above this speedway. Just gives you an awesome view.
Well, he wasn't to code until he put his tie inside the strap there. So
Absolutely.
Once he got his tie in, he was 100% up to code.
Pit road has still not been open. Let's hear from Daniel Hemrick. Stage 2 at 11th right now. What's their thought process?
Can you feel it right now at low speed? It's only when you're on the racetrack. They're like, as it lands in the corner, all the way through the corner, it's like, it's shaking your damn eyeballs out.
Well, that could be a couple things. That could be the buildup from the big chunks of rubber. These aren't like your little pebble chunks of rubber. These are like strands and big chunks of rubber. I think Jamie showed that to us earlier. And they'll get on the tires and then it'll start wobbling. And you got to scrape back and forth to get those tires off. And sometimes if you don't go back and forth to clean the tires up, it'll get stuck on there and it'll have a vibration. Or it's the brake rotors. They get too cold and they start vibrating.
What do you think about all that, Larry?
Well, guys, it's a no-brainer in my book for Daniel Hemrick, his crew chief Danny Stockman. You're back there in 11th. You come get 4 fresh tires. You're back that far. That's well beyond what I think the cut line is of drivers staying out and pitting.
You know who I think's in a tough spot here? Justin Allgaier. He's 5th, but he leads in the dash for cash. You don't want to give up track position there, but if you stay out, Cole Custer's 8th, comes down pit road with fresh tires. That could be a big deal.
Well, I think, knowing those guys from RCR, I'd almost bet that 6th, 7th, those guys on back come to pit road.
All right, tomorrow on FS1, the NHRA hits the Lone Star State for some of drag racing's quickest quarter mile action. It's the NHRA from Houston. It happens at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's only on FS1. If you tuned in late on this Saturday afternoon to watch the Washington Nationals and New York Mets do battle, it's over at Fox Sports Go right now. We'll get you there as soon as we are done at Bristol. 74 laps to go at the world's fastest half mile. Kyle Larson out front. He's led the most laps today. Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, the drivers inside the top 5. And we're looking at the tires here, and there you get an idea of that buildup under caution when you're out making laps.
And that's what Daniel Hemrick is feeling, in my opinion. I think that buildup is just a shake on the tires, and that's what's making him feel like it's got something wrong with it, because it's got a bunch of stuff on it.
Got this tweet from J.J. Yaley, just for comparisons, left sides versus right sides. And there you see the picture that he tweeted left of your screen, and he must have tweeted this out under that red flag, I'm guessing, when they were out of the car earlier.
Well, I think as we saw those cars come underneath Ray Black there when they had the wreck here off of turn 4, during practice that rubber all runs down the racetrack and it gets stuck right below the concrete on that first seam or groove of asphalt down there, or it looks like asphalt. It's black concrete actually. But I think when they took them on the apron, I think they probably got a lot of buildup on their tires from all that trash that is funneled down to the bottom of the track.
Under this 5th caution, free pass going to go to Quinn Houff, who scored in the 15th position. So there will be 15 cars on the lead lap when we return to the green flag. The cars have been put back on the racetrack, no longer coming down pit road to avoid the fluid in turn 4. And with that, you would think it won't be long before pit road is open, and we'll find out what game everyone is going to play. Great time to be a NASCAR fan here in Bristol, Tennessee this weekend. Tomorrow, 1:30 Eastern Time on Fox. We'll see the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. Next weekend in Richmond. And in 2 weeks, we're going to Talladega Super Speedway. A lot of fun this time of year, Michael.
Yeah, it is. And I'm looking at the cars of Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney. You might look for them to stay out during this caution flag. They're really working their tires, Kevin. And you remember earlier, Kyle was just riding around straight, not worrying about rubber buildup on his tires. Seems like during that lap down in 3 and 4, he was trying to keep them cleaned off.
Well, the other thing that he's doing, Michael, is you'll notice where he's at right now. He's in the clean part of the racetrack where there's not all that rubber buildup on the bottom and top. He's running right through the middle of the racetrack trying to keep those tires clean. And like Michael said, he's not trying to clean the rubber off the track.
And I just look back behind him. Eric Jones is 4th. He's doing the same thing. Clean part of the racetrack, working the car back and forth to make sure he keeps the debris off his tires. If that's any indication at all, you would believe Chris Gabehart have had a conversation on the radio, and they're thinking about staying out once pit road is open. And last time around, we had heard they had a little more cleanup in turn 4. Saw a safety truck go there, take care of that, and now we're going to open pit road.
I tell you, the other thing they'll do during the caution flag is they'll spin the tires, and you'll hear that stuff flying off and hitting the crush panels, and you don't even realize how much of it is on there. But seeing all these pictures today, I can promise you I'll be spinning my tires under caution tomorrow if we don't put new ones on.
Under caution for the 5th time today. Ray Black Jr. had the problem coming off turn 4, hit by David Starr. Pit road open, and we were wrong. Larson, Blaney, Jones, Suarez, they're all coming down for a visit with 70 laps remaining, Jamie.
And Justin Allgaier said lights out with the last adjustments. He wants more of that. He wants that car tightened up a little bit more, a wedge adjustment, and 4 tires. Matt?
No debate for Mike Shiplett, Kyle Larson's crew chief. Larson's Cup team hitting the 42. Solid stop so far. The 21 is in. He's going to change tires, build up on that right rear. Chris.
And Daniel Suarez is going to hit his box first here. Very happy with his car on takeoff speed, but he said after 10 to 15 laps, that car just gets way too tight. He said no front end grip at the top or the bottom of the racetrack. And Ryan Blaney, opposite end of the spectrum there, no fire off speed. That car takes about 20 laps to come alive, a little bit too free. Eric Jones, he said his car finally reacting to some of the changes that they made. He said it's rolling really well in this corner, but I needed the car to turn a little bit better, throttle on coming off.
Race off pit road. The 22 of Ryan Blaney able to jump in the 40 in front of the 42 of Larson. It looked to me like Larson got trapped behind the 9 of William Byron there, Kevin.
Exactly what I was going to say. The 9 of William Byron was coming in, and Larson had his corner speed that was higher than what he thought, what the 9 thought that he could run around the corner, and it wound up holding him up just enough to where the 22 beat him off pit road because it looked like both teams had solid pit stops.
Yeah, because the 9 had not yet made his pit stop, was trying to get in because he's pitting on the front straightaway. Larson had already gotten his service on the back straightaway, and that means when we go green, Michael, it'll be the 42 chasing the 22.
Oh man, this is shaping up to be a great finish. And I also want you guys to keep your eye on the 20. Eric Jones is right there now in touch with the 2 leaders. I think his car is getting better and better. And also Justin Allgaier. He's doing a great job racing for that 100 grand bonus with a possibility of winning $1 million. I think these guys are getting their cars stronger and stronger. Did you hear those engines revving up? That was Bubba Wallace leaving pit road, racing Matt Tifft off for that spot. So whether you're running on the lead lap up front or racing for a top 20, there's a lot of desire to be the first ones off pit road.
Well, you want to rev those engines up because we'll rev them up to 5,000 or 6,000 to get them out of the pit box so you don't stall it coming out of the pit box.
Here's what we talked about a minute ago with the 42 of Kyle Larson, 9 of William Byron.
Yeah, and around this corner you run a little bit faster with the way that everything is measured, and William Byron is just being way more cautious than probably the speed limit is around there. And it just cost Kyle Larson enough time to where the 22 actually beat him out of pit road. I bet you the pit stops weren't much different.
Eric Jones also penalized for speeding on pit road, so he'll lose a ton of track position on this restart and only going to have about 68 laps to get back to the front. As you see the comparison there between the 42 and 22.
Yeah, the crews were identical, and you see that 0.8 of a second there, and that was the difference between first and second. So it's not much, and we're splitting hairs here in everything that we do, and it's just so hard to gain an advantage. And there you see 0.8 of a second costing you the lead.
And you know, we haven't said William Byron's name a lot today. Didn't have a great qualifying effort, back outside the top 15, came in leader in the Rookie of the Year category, second overall in points to his teammate Elliott Sadler. but he's been top 10 every race this year but one. Only time he didn't finish in the top 10 was Las Vegas when he was wrecked on the final lap. This kid finds a way to get to the front, doing it again today. What about his fellow rookie Daniel Hemrick? What happened there on pit road, Matt?
Hemrick's team spent extra time looking inside that right rear wheel well area. They looked at the right rear wheel that came off. It had been loose.
Thank you, Matt. So the 33 of Brandon Jones stays out here. He'll be the race leader. Ryan Blaney first off pit road will restart second, but is in that outside lane. Kyle Larson third, Daniel Suarez fourth. Then it's Allgaier. Eric Jones would have been next, but he's dropping back for the restart. We told you he got caught speeding on pit road.
That makes sense since I was just running my reds. Yeah, copy that. To the tail. Let's get focused here.
It's got to be frustrating at this stage. When we get the restart, there'll be 66 laps to go. Aerial coverage today provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
There's a lot going on here on pit road as a driver, and you're coming in, you're running two different speeds. You run one speed down the straightaway, and because of the way that the measurements and the pit road speed works out, you can run faster through the corner, and then you get to the end of the corner and you got to back it back down, and it's a really fine line as to where you do that and how far you want to push that. So it's easy to get speeding penalties here at Bristol.
When you look at the Fox box, the 4 drivers highlighted in red, those eligible for the dash for cash. Restart coming here, 65 laps remaining. Brandon Jones, the race leader, stayed out. Ryan Blaney's been strong. He goes from the outside lane.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see how fast they get around that 33 car, because Ryan Blaney's obviously got new tires, and the 33's out there on scuff tires. And you see Kyle Larson pinned on the bottom down there, and he's going to let the 18 and the 3 car get by him.
That's what happened when he fell back earlier, trapped on that inside lane. A huge handicap for any driver here at Bristol today, Michael.
Yeah, and you can see the track position just going away. Allgaier slipping badly.
Yeah, the 7 of Allgaier going back, and that means the leader now when it comes to the dash for cash, the 00 of Cole Custer working the outside of the 42. You see the replay there, and there we are live, battling for a spot in the top 5.
Well, and that's a great day for those guys on the 00. And, you know, they've fought all day, been to the back, had some problems, and now fought their way back to the front. So, you know, what we're going to see right now is probably a show from Kyle Larson, as he's going to have to get more aggressive running the top, even if that's possible to see him get more aggressive. But he's going to have to get aggressive on the top to get that track position back.
You know who's doing a good job on the restart? The 33 of Brandon Jones. Stayed out, a little bit older tires. He cleaned them up nicely, and he's running second.
Yeah, I really thought they would use him more of a pick, but his car is obviously faster than I thought it was, and he's been able to hold his own.
Ran 88 laps here in our only practice yesterday. Cole Custer's now trapped down to that inside lane. That's been a real no-no. We'll see if he can make it work here, Michael.
Yeah, he's trying to make it work, but I'm telling you, these guys are really battling hard. Brandon Jones is holding up the pack. Suarez has finally made his way to the bottom. On that restart, Adam, I couldn't hear a thing. When you pack all 40 of these cars together, the noise is just crazy. I don't see how these guys focus on getting their job done because of all the loud noise that the crew chief and spotters, everybody has to deal with. It's really intense.
Racing really good right now. From 4th on back, Brandon Jones is there, Justin Allgaier, Kyle Larson, Ty Dillon, all a part of that mix.
Well, you saw Ty Dillon make a mistake there. He got too high, and that was really a blessing in disguise for the 42 car.
Problems for Brendan Gaughan in the 62.
He just got you.
One of the 4 drivers eligible for the dash for cash. Pretty good damage on the right front, it looks like, for Gaughan out of Las Vegas, Nevada. He was running 12th, 6th caution of the day, 56 laps to go.
Well, you never hit anything easy here at Bristol, and it's good to see him put that window net down, because the front of that car is beat up pretty good. Those shots are not fun when you take them head on like that.
And with these guys coming down pit road under that last caution, everybody's used up their tires. So we would anticipate that everybody stays out here. And we understand there might have been some contact with the 6 of Darrell Wallace Jr. and the 62 of Brendan Gaughan there.
I was tight there off the gas. That was not intentional at all.
race is not forgiving, is it?
Well, I think this in-car will probably, you know, tell the tale here. And you hear Darrell lift out of the gas right there. And what happens, you know, you're committed to the throttle, and if the front end takes off like that, you wind up just getting into the car on the outside of you by misjudging it just a little bit. I actually did that to Denny Hamlin a few years ago. The front tires just take off, and you wind up making a mistake.
Good to see Brendan Gaughan getting out of the race car. And Michael, I think about this. We're going to tighten him up once again. 56 laps to go. A lot of restarts late at a short track. Could see a handful more cautions before the day's over with.
Yeah, we know when you put these cars side by side how easy it is for them to make contact with one another. Brendan Gaughan gingerly down the banking into the ambulance. That's a good sign. But Ryan Blaney had broken away. He had a big advantage over Daniel Suarez because Suarez was tied up with Brandon Jones. Now that Suarez is on equal footing with Blaney, it'll be interesting to see. We know how good that 18 car's been. On the shorter run, maybe a series of short runs, Kevin Harvick, is what it's going to take to win this race. Not the speed on the long run like we saw Kyle Larson have earlier.
Well, I think you're right, Michael, and I think, you know, obviously Blaney having control of the race. I feel like the 18 car has been good. I don't think he's been as strong as the 22 or the 42 on the short run.
Hey, Michael, did you put on your sunscreen before you went up to the spotter stand?
What a glorious East Tennessee afternoon, huh? The sun's shining, the fans are smiling. This is a great day. I can't wait to watch how this race unfolds. We've talked about the long run speed that Larson had, and you mentioned it, Kevin. But like you said, Adam, a lot of times these guys get to trying to take a little bit, give a little bit more than they're willing to take, and it causes accidents. That was the case there. I was watching Bubba Wallace when he came off turn 4, excuse me, and got into Gaughan, sending Brendan into the inside wall. And it's just amazing how these 3,200-pound cars hit that wall and just go spinning up the racetrack. Gives you a good idea of how much speed they're carrying around this place.
Michael, are you done talking?
Yeah, what's wrong?
You need to come back to the booth.
Okay. Have I been paged back to the booth?
Yes, you need to get off the roof. Your time up there is done.
Oh, man, this is awesome. Thank y'all for putting me up here.
There are many times in the booth when we have told Michael just go play on the roof. He never actually took us up on the offer until today, but I'm glad he was safe. Well, that was a fairly quick cleanup, trying to pull Brendan Gaughan away, but hopefully they'll wrap it up soon. We can get back under green. Going to have under 50 laps to go. And I've always felt like this is where you cross that line of patience and aggression on a short track, huh?
Well, this is where you pass the point of caring, and you're like, I have to do what I have to do to try to win the race, and you get more aggressive.
Austin Dillon won here in August. He's 12th right now.
Positions would we lose again if we pitted?
So if nobody pits, we'll lose 2 spots. If the 33 pits, we'll just lose 1 spot. And if anybody else pits, we can just come in, do a change, and get out, possibly beat them.
Why would they be thinking about pitting here, and why are they back in 12th, Chris?
Well, Adam, on that last stop, they had a loose lug nut. So Austin Dillon, he was running in the top 6 or 7 there at that point in time. So he had to make 2 runs to pit lane, went back to, I think, about 15th or 16th. So they made up a little bit of ground. They don't have any fresh tires down here, but they're still talking about adjusting on that race car with 53 to go. Austin Dillon saying the car a little bit too tight, so maybe we'll give up that track position and try and make that car faster.
Yeah, I saw him make that second stop on that last cycle. No track position for the 2. We'll see what they do here with 53 laps remaining on a Saturday in Thunder Valley. It's been a long afternoon for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here in Bristol, Tennessee. Race went green just after 1 p.m. Eastern time. Had a red flag because of rain. We're down to 50 laps to go. Radar looks good with Ryan Blaney out front. Going to be a shootout to the finish. Always good to have Kevin Harvick in the booth with us. And I know a lot of good things happening over at your foundation right now, Kevin.
Yeah, we're going to open up Jake Owen Field in July.
Down in Florida, right?
Yeah, in Florida, in Vero Beach, Florida, with the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. So we've got a lot of things going on right now. We've got some new football uniforms and helmets and pads and things from my old high school in Bakersfield, California. Going to redo the whole football team out there. So that's a lot of fun when you have a platform like this to be able to reach out and make a difference in your community or other people or things that are going on in a local whatever. We have the ability to reach out to people, raise money, and change the direction of kids' lives in some way, shape, or form. So that's fun.
I was there in December when you guys made the announcement and surprised Jake. He was shocked. That was a great surprise that night when you raised all that money.
Yeah, so Jake has been a huge part of our foundation for a number of years, and we kept a secret for 1 year from Jake Owen. You know, it's hard to get people stuff, and we kept this field from him. And the day that we were going to announce it, the local newspapers somehow found out that they were going to write it, and we're like, oh my God, how are we going to have a whole year that we keep this secret? And on the last day, Jake is going to find out about this, but he didn't know, and the reaction was priceless at the event.
I'm back in the booth. I missed you guys. Thanks for having me back. The Dash for Cash leaderboard is a great race. I mean, look at that, 3rd, 5th, 8th. Those guys, any one of those guys could still win that bonus. Allgaier's been in control of this all day long. What a great restart by Cole Custer to grab that spot, Matt. He did an amazing job.
Boy, certainly showing a lot of poise in that 0-0. Remember back earlier in the race, they had to pit a second time on that first round of stops because they didn't get the lugs all tight. Started near the back, worked his way to the front. Right now the concern is the water temp and water pressure. The temperature has climbed over 300 degrees, but it has since started coming back down. Pressure was right on the line, so they might have dodged a bullet here in a 0-0, looking for the big money, an even bigger prize, possibly a win.
Well, what he should do right now is shut the car off as much as he can, because when you shut that car off, it allows the engine to cool faster. And sometimes you turn the radiator fan on, but you're not going fast enough here at Bristol to get enough air into that grill. So anytime that you can shut it off, and it's hard to shut it off here at Bristol because you're going so slow as well. So it's with all the rubber and things that get built up, it could just be the rubber in the grill. But the cautions are definitely hard to keep the cars cool enough at operating temperature that is acceptable.
And as a racer, you're frustrated. You've got so many things going on. It's so intense, especially when you're a kid like Cole Custer, and then just add in the fact that your water temperature has gone upwards of 300 degrees. It just makes it nearly impossible to relax, even riding around under caution at 35 miles an hour.
Well, I tell you, the other thing that makes me proud of those guys is the fact that they came back in and put those lug nuts on. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and take your medicine, come in and fix it, and they battled their way back up into the front. So I'm happy to see the progression that they've had through the year, because building a new team and having all the things that they've had to deal with that come with building a new team, to see the progression of Cole being 19 years old and being in this position has been a great progression for the whole team at Stewart-Haas Racing.
And demo day is evidently coming up on May 10th.
May 10th. That's what makes it all go around. So if you want to demo a Haas CNC machine, show up May 10th.
And they are impressive, I might add. All right, they're still cleaning up over in turn 2. So let's look back. It's what has happened so far in the first 250 laps. Shannon, get us up to speed.
Sure, I'll take it from here. Larry Mack and I will have your highlights. Take a look. Rain came and went. Yes, we had a red flag for about an hour and 40 minutes here at Bristol Motor Speedway. But when we did get back racing, the 21 of Daniel Hemrick and Brendan Gaughan joined Cole Custer and Justin Allgaier in that Dash for Cash.
Yeah, those drivers stayed out. They only had 2 laps to race, and I thought it was great strategy to try to win that stage and make it for the Dash for Cash.
Lap 80, Ray Black Jr. spins and then gets hit by the 99 of David Starr. That was a big hit. Nowhere to go here at Bristol. That's what everybody says. So with 55 laps to go, Brendan Gaughan gets spun by Bubba Wallace, the number 6 car. He goes for a ride, and he would make the trip to the infield care center.
Brendan Gaughan was one of the 4 Dash for Cash drivers, but that won't happen for him.
Yes, he was. We still have 3 of those Dash for Cash drivers out on the racetrack, and we have 46 laps to go. At this point, anything really can happen. We've seen so many things happen so far as those guys have the speedy dry out there on the racetrack. So what are you calling for?
Well, as a crew chief, I've given my driver all the fresh tires I have in the pit, so it's pretty much you've got what you've got. The only driver that still has a set of tires laying in the pits is Brandon Jones in that 33 car, but it's too little too late. You have made your bed. You have to stay out there, so it's all about hard racing for these final 40-plus laps.
What do you think the odds are we see another caution before this thing finishes?
What do you think the odds is it's going to get dark before we end this thing? Probably more than likely we will see not one, maybe even multiple cautions.
What do you guys think up there, Adam?
Well, 45 laps to go, and I said it earlier to Michael, I think when you reach this stage of an event, the aggression goes to a higher level, and we have seen drivers have a hard time staying off of one another when it comes to a restart late here today. Brendan Gaughan has come from the care center. Let's hear from him. Jamie?
He was one of our Dash for Cash drivers. First off, big hit for you. Are you all right?
No, didn't lose much speed in it. Just a long slide and you hit the nose in the South Point Chevy. You know, it kind of sucks. I mean, we were in the Dash for Cash. We had a chance to win 100 grand, and I don't know if Daryl wanted me to go, if Old Bubbles wanted me to go any further, but there's a safer wall out there. I couldn't give him another couple inches, so he washed up and clipped me in the rear. No big deal, just a racing thing. Just it sucks for us because we had a chance to win 100 grand. I think we had a decent Chevrolet to do it.
Thanks, Brendan.
I think he just called him Old Bubbles. I've heard Bubba, Daryl, but I've never heard Old Bubbles.
Well, I do like the Bubbles nickname, and I love the way that Brendan Gaughan handled that interview, just racing. And that happens here at Bristol a lot, and sometimes you run into each other. So I wish I could handle all my interviews like that.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little more frustrating. He must have had time to think that one out.
Well, let's see what Bubba thought about that. Hey, Bubba Wallace, Michael Waltrip, and Kevin Harvick up here in the Fox booth. You copy?
Hey, man, I got you.
Just tight, close quarters racing there off turn 4. You got into Brendan a little bit. Did you lose the nose in that situation?
Yeah, that was 100% my fault. We've been really, really good, like on the apron pretty much. And I just told Seth there, if I get up an inch off of that, then I get tight, and that's what happened. But I hate that. I really like racing with Brendan. You know, he's trying to make the top work there. Just judgment, bad judgment call on my part. But just trying to get a good break here and see what we can do.
Well, Bubba, this is Kevin. I've been there and done that too, and that's just hard racing. What do you got to do to keep this lucky dog here? How's your car handling?
We got to get, who's that up there, 22 to not lap the car that's behind me, so we can stay on the lucky dog here. So we need to just get rolling, get a quick caution, and we'll be golden here. That's every time we get in the spot, it seems like Larson puts down like the 46 or so. So just not getting any luck here, but hopefully it turns around. We'll be all right.
Well, keep digging, buddy. You're fun to watch.
Thanks, brother.
Wallace going to restart 16th. It's been a fun short track Saturday afternoon. We'll do it again next week at the Action Track in Virginia.
XFINITY zooms into Virginia for some high-speed, high-drama racing at Richmond International Raceway. Who will triumph at Strawberry Hill? Find out Saturday, where we'll have all the action starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Joey Logano going to join Michael and me in the booth live from the 3/4-mile Richmond International Raceway.
And wow, did we have action there a year ago, right?
We did.
Crazy race. Big crash late in the going.
It's Dash for Cash again. And we had you on the spotter stand today. Where do you think we should put him next week, Kevin?
Do they still have that Ferris wheel on the back
my goodness.
straightaway?
I like where you're going.
Because that would be really fun to have you in that Ferris wheel if it's still there.
I don't know how much tickets are, but I have a feeling I could raise some money.
We'll get that one comped somehow, some way.
I'm just not really comfortable with going somewhere where y'all got to tether me. So I guess the Ferris wheel I would be pretty much tethered there as well, right?
Well, I think we'd have to probably put a seat belt and maybe the bar down. And that'd be about it.
All right, we're going to get the restart here. 41 laps to go. Ryan Blaney takes the outside lane. Cole Custer is third. Tops as far as drivers going for the Dash for Cash. He, Justin Allgaier, Daniel Hemrick, the only cars running in that category. Keep an eye on them in the Fox box. They're highlighted in red. Going to be a shootout to the finish at Bristol.
I like where Hemrick is, Adam. He's on that outside. You can see him making progress. He's by Allgaier. He's up beside the 00. That outside lane is just working.
Oh, there goes Brandon Jones into Custer. They stay off the wall and continue on. No caution yet, but Custer goes way back there. And there's the caution. Big hit. Garrett Smithley into Wallace.
Bubba got spun around, slowing down back there in traffic, and when you spin your tires like that, trying to stay off the wall, puts up a smoke screen, and there's no way the 0 car of Smithley knew what lied ahead.
Well, it's just really hard to see out the front window here because there's so much banking, and you're basically looking at the black strip that's painted on the window until you get to a certain point in the corner. It's just hard to see all the way around it.
That all started over on the back straightaway. Kyle Larson racing tight up in the front.
It's been a frustrating day for Darrell Wallace Jr. Started at the back, really never able to gain the track position he needed. He talked to you guys about the disappointment of being a lap down and never being able to find his way back on the lead lap, and crashed here with 40 laps to go, and his day is done. But this team has had a great start to the year. 5 consecutive 6th-place finishes, the most top 10s in a row he's ever had in his career. And you see Garrett Smithley climbing from that 0 car for JD Motorsports. Top 10 run for him at Daytona. Unfortunately, a lot of disappointment since that time. Good to see he's okay.
I talked about this starting over on the back straightaway. Watch Larson on the outside of Brandon Jones, and Brandon goes up the hill a little bit, and that turns him into Cole Custer, and then just checking up, chain reaction behind it, Kevin.
Yeah, and I think the 33 actually thought that the 42 might have been letting up, and he just caught the back bumper of that 33 by just a little bit and wound up crashing.
Good sportsmanship there.
Yeah, Bubba and Brendan like racing together, and Brendan certainly knew there was nothing intentional there by Bubba, and now Bubba's out of the race as well.
So we saw what started this thing. Now let's see what happened behind him.
Following you, still there, still there. Who are the
Riding with Wallace here.
Easy, check up, down, down. Keep coming, keep coming. Keep coming. Come on, dude. Keep rolling, get rolling again. Stop. You okay?
You see all that smoke? There's no way Smithley could see through that. His spotter trying to guide him through it as best he could.
Well, and Darrell had it beat down low. He got hit from behind. If he doesn't get hit from behind, he's going to drive below all that. Would have been the first car 1 lap down, would have been back on the lead lap.
Yeah, and the further back that accordion goes, the worse it gets, because it just keeps getting worse the further back it piles up.
Let's go back to where it started with Cole Custer. He and Brandon Jones got together. Significant damage, it looked like, on the right front for the 00. No doubt they are going to have to pit here. Could really hurt their chances when you talk about going after that dash for cash money. There you see the damage. It's not terrible, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't look like he ever hit anything too hard. He got tangled up with the 33 of Jones right here. Larson's to the outside. Jones wanders up the track slightly. Kyle's nose is in there. We talk about this as the laps run down. You just you start taking a little bit more than you're willing to give. You can see pretty good contact on the right front, but then he's able to drive away.
Yeah, it's just going to depend on how far down it knocked that splitter as to how hard it gets on the racetrack. We'd have to see it from the right side view.
Oh, this is a good view.
Keep digging up top. Dig. Keep coming. They're not wrecking. Keep digging. No caution.
And those cars are like magnets when they get in that position. It's like they get up off the corner. It looked like they might have touched just a little bit, and it's almost like it draws them together, and you can't get disconnected. And then finally it just turned the 33 to the right, and it slung back to the left and hit the 00. So I look at this 0 car here, and I've been to Bristol so many times, and I'll go home and I'll watch the video, and I'm like, how in the world did I not see that wreck? And then you get there and you're like, you don't even have time to hit the brake pedal, and you're piled into this wreck before you even know it.
And you can't see through the smoke. He had no idea where that spinning car went. And what I was amazed by when I was up on the roof watching was the way the wall just pitched Brendan Gaughan's car spinning up into the corner. That tells you how fast these guys are going. And just to make a decision on a dime and turn that quickly, it's nearly impossible, even if you did know where to go.
Well, I looked up at the scoreboard during cup practice, and I think the average speed was 127 miles an hour. So stuff is happening fast.
What would you guess? Nearing 150, 145 into the corners maybe?
It's got to be close.
So Ryan Blaney under the red flag as they're parked on the back straightaway is the race leader. Our second red of the day, 39 laps to go. How about the 22, Chris?
Well, and his crew chief trying to figure out a way to get his car and his driver into victory lane. And Greg, obviously a lot of speed in the car today, but these stop and starts, are you guys gonna be able to keep it out front, or do you need a long run?
They're tough. We felt all day long our Fitzgerald car's been a little better on the long run than the short run. Maybe I should start hoping for short runs. We'll get a long one, I don't know, but I think if everybody sticks around, you know, they might see a heck of a finish to this Xfinity race, and hopefully we can be up front and bring it home for our first win in the year.
Thanks, Greg.
Chris, you said it earlier. That team has finished second 4 times in 2017, twice with Ryan Blaney, once with Joey Logano, once with Brad Keselowski. The 22 team, who's been so strong, a 41 race winless streak. Could it all end here today? The red flag is out. A crash in turn 4 here at Bristol. .37 laps to go for the Xfinity Series here at Bristol, and for some it's been a typical short track Saturday afternoon. Bubba Wallace in that category started at the rear after problems in the inspection line. Here battling Brennan Poole to stay on the lead lap. Got into Brendan Gaughan. Gaughan hit the wall. Caution came out. On the next restart, Bubba trying to get back on the lead lap. First car 1 lap down. He's going to get through this mess, right? Nope, hit from behind and then tattooed by the 0 of Garrett Smithley. The afternoon is over for Darrell Wallace Jr. His top 10 streak is ended, but it's all good between he and Brendan Gaughan.
Man, you come to Bristol and have a day like that and then walk into the pit area and the first guy you see is the guy that you wrecked. It's nice that that guy had a smile on his face. You'd hate to have a fight after all the battles you've had on track.
Matt, here he is on pit road, the 00 of Cole Custer.
Very calm, asking Jeff Mendring, his crew chief, where are we on the crash clock, the damaged car policy this year, 2017. Looking at it, they feel like they may be done. May not be able to fix it in time to get him back out.
So that would be the second of our 4 Dash for Cash cars that had been eliminated because of an on-track incident. And reading the body language there, Matt, you're dead on. Looks like they're going to push him back to the garage. Meanwhile, Daniel Suarez thinking about a victory. Second for the restart here, Chris.
Yeah, he knows this is a great opportunity to try and get around Ryan Blaney, but he said that he started a couple different times to the inside today, and he said there's just not a lot of grip down there. He thinks it's the chemical, the VHT they put on the racetrack. He said on these restarts, there's just no grip.
We're going to need to find some here, and some great drivers up front that have shown speed today. Ryan Blaney is the race leader. Suarez down to his inside. Behind them in row 2, Kyle Larson, who's led the most laps, and Daniel Hemrick, the rookie, who right now is leading the battle in the dash for cash. Next up, Ty Dillon in 5th, beside Justin Allgaier in the 7th, the other driver going for the $100,000. Somehow William Byron is in the top 10. Eric Jones, Elliott Sadler, and Quinn Houff restarting in the 10th position. 19-year-old out of Virginia making his series debut.
First start, and he's in the top 10 at Bristol. What a day for that young man. Look at Hemrick. Good run off turn 2 on that high lane. Suarez is hanging tight.
Got a report there could be an issue for the 42 of Kyle Larson.
That right rear tire, Adam, has been rubbed pretty severely. You can see all the lettering gone off of it.
He's fading, and if we don't get a caution, no doubt he's going to be out of the game. Back to 13th.
We don't need to rush it.
Also getting a report, the 33 of Brandon Jones, who was involved in that last crash, contact with Cole Custer. He's got a problem. Meanwhile, at the front, Daniel Hemrick, his teammate, not only thinking about the $100,000, as you see Jones going to pit road, Hemrick is thinking about his first career victory. How special would that be to come on the high banks in Bristol, Tennessee?
And you can see how strong Suarez is right now. He's better than Hemrick, and they're both keeping pace with Blaney.
Caution's out, caution's out.
Caution for Ross Chastain.
Did we mention that things seem to pick up at the end for action when these guys start trying to take more than they're willing to give?
I also don't know how he got in the wall, but under the red flag earlier, he and Jeremy Clements had a disagreement. Perhaps that could have factored in. Don't know that, but they did have problems earlier. So we're live in Bristol, Tennessee, trying to put a bow on the 7th race of the year for the NASCAR XFINITY Series. And as soon as we are done, and we're only 30 laps away, we'll get you to baseball here. Bottom of the 3rd, scoreless in New York. The Mets playing host to the Washington Nationals in the NL East. And Jacob deGrom off to a great start. 7 strikeouts for the Mets through 3. What's the latest on the 42 of Kyle Larson, Matt?
Right before that caution came out at him, his crew chief, Mike Shiplett, called him to pit road for right side tires only. They believe they've got the right rear going down on that 42.
Caution big for them. I mean, you pit under green here. There's no doubt you're done. If you come down as fast as he's been, you never know at Bristol.
Well, and it looks like the letters are rubbed off that right rear tire, so it probably got punctured with a little contact somewhere along the line.
Yeah, you could tell how loose he was. Hanging onto it was a major accomplishment. Does it look low back there, Kevin?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it might be a little low.
Bubba Wallace went to the care center. He's out now and with Jamie.
Well, cautions, certainly breeding cautions here. I know you had a chance to look at the replay, Bubba. What's your take on what happened?
I didn't look at who spun there in front of us. We were fighting hard all day for the lucky dog spot, and thought I had it, and then I got run over from behind and got it back gathered up, and ARCA wreck happened there. So I feel like I was down there, kind of out of the way. I knew I threw up some smoke, but just unfortunate. You know, just how our day was going. We were stuck a lap down. Run over a couple people. I still feel so bad for wrecking Brendan there. Definitely didn't want to do that. Just hats off to my guys for bringing a good Leidos Mustang. It's the best one we've had here at Bristol, so that's definitely an improvement. And pat on the back. But circumstances put us to the rear at the start, and I'm not gonna say that put us in the hole, but it kind of did. And we were clawing our way back out, trying to make the most of it, using the chrome horn a little bit. But I really wanted 6th place today and didn't get that. But we'll go on to Richmond and swing for the fences. You know, we got three races left to seal this deal for the rest of the season. So nothing to hang our heads about. We had a good day.
And the streak of 6th place finishes come to an end. Matt?
That 3-wide racing caused Cole Custer's day to come to an end, and you try to put a positive on a negative, and this team certainly has come a long way in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, for sure. We have a really fast, Haas automation Mustangs. I was just watching the replay there, but I mean, it just sucks. I mean, I guess I call that on the 33. I thought it was more Kyle's fault, but obviously he was out there. But it just sucks. I don't know what I got to do to be in the right spot here and just stay clean in races. But we've had fast cars. Just need to keep going and try and work our way up in the points. And we have fast cars, so I think we can do that.
Thanks, Cole. He said it, Matt. 3 of the last 4 races, they've had fast race cars. Just wrong place, wrong time, and their day ends in the garage.
Yeah, he just wound up in the wrong spot there, and he's had that happen a couple times this year. But all you can do is base it on the performance at this point, and you can't control all the circumstances. You go and you keep battling every week, and pretty soon it all cycles back around, it seems like.
Yeah, because he's got a lot of talent, and he's done a great job of just racing his cars.
Tough break for Kyle Larson, who came down pit road, got tires when he had that issue, would have restarted 14th, but commitment line violation, and therefore he's going to drop to the rear on this restart.
You remember he was pitting under green, and the caution flew, so they stayed out, which kept him on the lead lap, but now he's going to go to the rear of the field. There's nothing else he could do. He did exactly what he's supposed to, just broke a rule there. By getting underneath the commitment cone and not pitting, he'll pay the penalty.
Well, it's a lesser of 2 evils there. If he didn't pull back up on the racetrack, he'd had to run pit lane all the way down, and he could have actually come back up on the racetrack, but by that time, still might have gotten lapped. So I would say that going to the back and being on the lead lap is probably best case scenario for him.
Well, he's toast anyway, right, Kevin? 25 to go with that much traffic. Even if he had restarted 13th or 14th, wherever he would have, I don't think he could have got back to the front. This guy, though, what a story he's been today, but he's going to be stuck down on the bottom for this restart.
Daniel Hemrick, the rookie, going for a win.
You're only racing the 7 for the dash for cash. Racing the 7 for the dash for cash. Yes, sir. You were the 21, buddy. 10 points.
All right, so those are the guys going for the money. The reason we're under caution for the 8th time today, we showed you the result, the 4 of Ross Chastain. How did we get there?
Looks like there's a smoking right front tire. Great job by Quinn Houff to get to the bottom, preserving that top 10 run he's having today, but unfortunate for Ross Chastain.
Hey, and don't look now, but guess who's back in the game? The 20 of Eric Jones, lap 230, caught speeding on pit road. He's going to restart 4th, and oh, by the way, he's in the outside lane. He's right where he needs to be to make it 2 in a row in the spring here.
And I told y'all from the roof, he made some adjustments to that car, and you could really see it cutting through the center of the corner, making a lot of gains on the competition. He might be the man.
6 races, 6 different winners. Eric Jones trying to go back-to-back after that dominating performance at Texas a couple of weeks ago. 23 remaining as we get the green flag, and here comes Jones. Hemrick inside of him. Blaney, the race leader.
Well, you see Blaney slip up out of that VHT there and winds up letting a 20 underneath him.
Oh, and he's...
Control your exit. Back 21.
That's the chrome horn there, a little tap saying, I was there. Oh, he's going to hit him.
Contact. There goes Blaney up the track. Jones is by. Hemrick goes by. Suarez and Ty Dillon follow.
Well, and Blaney was being very aggressive right there, guarding that position, doing what he had to do to try to put himself and keep himself in position to win this race.
The level of aggression has indeed changed.
We're over the top now. We're like, do not cut me off or you will get hit. Looked like maybe Eric was on the brakes trying to stay off of Blaney, slid into him.
Yeah, I definitely missed that one. That was definitely the 20 sliding that left front tire and getting up into him, like Michael said.
This battle for 2nd is getting really good. Suarez inside of Hemrick. They were going at it quite a bit earlier before the caution. Blaney is back up to 4th.
And who all this slipping and sliding has really hurt is Justin Allgaier. He slipped back to the 7th position. Those guys rooting and gouging at each other cost him some momentum. And Daniel Hemrick's cruising right now toward $100,000.
Yeah, something's going to have to go wrong for Hemrick, I think, for Allgaier to have a chance to get back to him and go 2 for 2 when it comes to the dash for cash this season.
But wow, I mean, where did the 20 come from? Like, we weren't even really paying attention, and all of a sudden he shows up 4th, gets a good restart, uses the chrome horn, and
He's leading.
But he was the big benefactor of a couple of cautions because he lost all the track position, made up a little bit, and each time we tightened up the field on those restarts.
Yeah, he definitely had the cautions, but in the end, he still had to have a good car to have those good restarts and do the things that he's done. And obviously, hiding in that time, they've been making their car better.
Kyle Larson trying to make his way through the field, scored 13th right now. He's the one that really needs a caution, although I think, as you pointed out, Michael, at this stage of the game, it's going to be too little, too late. 15 laps remaining.
Races his way around J.J. Yaley. Yaley got the free pass on the last caution. He's having a solid run in the 13th position.
And Kyle Larson's going to be mad when we get done with this race because he's had a great car all day, and in the circumstances of everything that kind of piled up into where they are right now, and he knows that he had a chance to win this race. And that happens when you get to some of these racetracks. It doesn't seem like you can ever do anything right to win a race. You lead laps, get up front. I've been there, and it's so frustrating when you can't put it all together and have it get to the end of the day with a W.
On board with Larson. See Austin Dillon trying to make some gains inside the top 10 late in the race, and I'm not sure the battle at the front is over. 12 to go. Snuck a peek a minute ago, and Suarez starting to look like he has something for Jones. Staying right around 0.4 of a second, but Jones isn't stretching it out here.
Yeah, I've been watching the lap times a bit, Adam, and it's like a 10th each way. Jones will outrun Suarez and vice versa. Last time by, they ran exactly the same speed.
If you're leading here, you're getting into lap traffic, 10 laps to go. How much do you want from your spotter in this situation?
Well, you're hoping that the spotter can go over and try to anticipate what's going on with the other spotter and say, hey, give me a lane. Which lane are you going to give me?
Gase trapped Jones for a moment.
Outside, clear. Turn
Caution is out.
Back it down, turn 4.
William Byron, the rookie, started 19th, worked his way into the top 10.
I think he was racing inside of, yeah, maybe not. There was definitely contact to the 7 car. I don't know who ran into him. Byron had been down inside of Justin Allgaier a couple of times late in the going.
Teammates there.
That's not going to be a good meeting on Monday.
You've had a few of those, haven't you, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. But it's hard here at Bristol because, you know, the 7 is thinking that the 9 is going to cut him some slack, and the 9's thinking, oh, I've got the 7 in a spot where I can make up a position. And then you have teammates hit each other.
And they had been racing like that for the last few laps. William had been down looking inside of Justin, and you can see there just a classic case of two guys committed to the same piece of real estate.
Hey, now on that last caution, Kyle Larson was penalized, put to the back of the field. He's driven up to the top 10.
Stay low. Keep coming low. Keep coming low here. Go high. Go high. Go high. Keep coming. Keep coming. Caution's out.
That means he's going to start 5th on the outside. He could make it exciting for sure.
I think so.
I'm betting that he goes to the top higher than where he restarts.
Higher than anyone else, right?
Right.
I think he needs one more caution, which likely in this situation would mean we're going to overtime. 7 laps to go, and probably at least 2 away from putting the green flag back in the air.
I'm with Mike. I think he's still toast. Could be exciting, but I think that I think the 2 cars that are in control of the race right now are the guys that are probably have the best chance of winning.
Think about the strength of Joe Gibbs Racing here at Bristol. 9 wins, all of them in the last 13 races, and Eric Jones trying to get his 2nd today.
I got nothing for you. I didn't think you did. I just thought I'd tell you so you didn't yell at me. I don't yell too much. Ask Eric. I know you can get pretty grumpy. Bro, you're one to talk. Heck, he's real stern, Eric. That's how I interpret him. Yeah, that fits him well. Well, a man of nothing else, you make it exciting.
Yeah, I think that's evident by going to the rear and coming up and trying to win this race. What a great move by Eric Jones, cutting his way through the field, but then also the adjustments the team has made. That car's on a rail right now.
Absolutely. They have definitely got that car handling better because they got the damage earlier in the race, Michael, and they had to adjust on that car to get the handling back to where Eric wanted it. And, man, he snuck up on us, and he has taken control of this race and driven away there. For a small part of it there in that last run.
It's one thing to come back from a penalty at Bristol, but he's doing it with 70 laps to go is when he got penalized, and we've had a couple of cautions, not a lot of green flag laps here. Caution lights are still on, going to be 5 remaining. when the field comes off of turn 4. Here's a little reset for you. Erik Jones leading this thing. Suarez is second. Daniel Hemrick is third and in position for the Dash for Cash. You see him highlighted in red when you watch our Fox box. Then you got Ryan Blaney and Ty Dillon, the top 5. The fun is just beginning. We're back here tomorrow.
The Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series heads to Bristol Motor Speedway for some short track racing at one of the circuit's wildest tracks. Which gladiator will tame the last great Coliseum and come up with a checkered flag? Find out tomorrow. Coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and continues at 1:30 p.m. on Fox.
Kevin, 7 cautions, all kinds of penalties, twists and turns in this plot. Are you ready for tomorrow?
I'm ready. You know, I think watching this race today and seeing the cars fan out and seeing the sunshine and the cars race around the track when it was technically supposed to rain all weekend, if you look at the forecast, just makes me excited. So, but the bottom groove and the top groove, having options as a driver makes it fun to race, and I'm really proud of the racetrack for the changes that they've made in the fall race, and they got a little more aggressive on the bottom lane this time, and it worked out just as good, it seems.
It seems that way to me too, because you know these guys are going to make good time around that bottom, but the top lane is there, and we've also seen what the fans are asking for. We want to see a little pushing and shoving at Bristol. That's back too.
Well, that's what makes this place so great, and when you see these guys pushing and shoving like they have today, I think you're probably going to see more of the same tomorrow.
Different view for Erik Jones this year compared to last. He was on row 2 for a restart with a couple laps remaining.
How'd that work out?
He won.
Yes.
Now he's the race leader. Outside lane, 3 laps to go, and inside of him his teammate.
Yeah, well, look who's behind him. The guy he pushed out of the way to get the lead.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that, right, Kevin?
Absolutely.
You race
memory like an elephant.
Y'all don't forget anything.
It's not over yet. Kyle Larson restarting 9th. What's going to happen at Bristol?
22 clear all the way.
Jones jumps out front. It'll be 2 to go, and they come off of turn 4. Good battle for second.
2 by 2 behind us here.
Blaney cleared it.
1 back 22.
What a great decision by Jones to go to the bottom. He stuck down there, made the pass work, kept the lead. Now will Blaney bump him back?
You're darn right he will, because he's driving mad right now.
White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
And maybe Erik Jones is driving scared.
Clear by 2. Keep getting it.
6 races in 2017. We hadn't had a repeat winner until today. Back-to-back, Erik Jones, a winner at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Yeah! Now, my man, that is a way to make up for a mistake. Good grief. Great job. You and Rick both. Thank you, team. Appreciate it a lot. Appreciate everybody's effort. That was awesome. Thank you.
Speeding penalty, lap 230. No problem for Erik Jones. And the man that wins $100,000 today, rookie from Kannapolis, North Carolina, Daniel Hemrick.
What a great run by both those young men, but Hemrick persevering, staying out, taking a chance. Crew chief willing to gamble in order to get things done. You got to just tip your cap to that whole organization.
Yeah, and I feel like after Hemrick won that stage, it's almost like the rest of the race he was more confident. It's like he was good on the restarts and got out there, and maybe it just appeared that way, but it just felt like he did a good job in the last segment of the race.
And you know what I thought was interesting? I was on the roof, and I told you, I said, it looks like the adjustments they've done to Jones's car has really brought it alive. As soon as I said that, speeding penalty back to the back of the field, but he was able to recover from that. That's a great job by the team giving him the car he needed.
But you were right on the adjustments.
Yeah, the adjustments look good. I thought he ruined my good story, though. But
turned out to be a better story.
Better story from the back.
Hey, and Kyle Larson, who knows? If we had gone to overtime, he worked his way to 7th. He may have been able to make something happen.
Well, give a shout out to Elliott Sadler, too, our point leader. He wasn't a part of the story all day long. Didn't have a great start. Struggled throughout the race. Comes home with a top 5.
And his teammate, Michael Annett. You started selling this in practice yesterday that he was going to find his way. Top 10 finish.
That is amazing. Just so many great stories today, and Annett is one of those. I mean, he couldn't find his way yesterday and comes home with a top 10.
Erik Jones has now won the spring race at Bristol 2 years in a row. It's the 8th victory of his career. And for Joe Gibbs Racing, padding the stat line here, they're in double digits. 10 wins at Thunder Valley, all of those coming in the last 14 races.
And he has a really fast Monster Energy Cup car, too. He could be a story tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, they've got a good package for this particular racetrack and the things that happen here at Bristol. You've seen Kyle and Kenseth and those guys run really well. And like you say, Eric was really fast in practice today.
Just think about those Gibbs cars a year ago here. They qualified 1, 2, 4, and 5 in the Cup race, and Carl Edwards won. They led over 410 laps of that race a year ago. Haven't been to victory lane this year. Tomorrow might be a big day for that organization.
7 races this year, 5 times the 22 car has been a runner-up. 3rd time today for Ryan Blaney, Jamie.
Yeah, 3 races this season, 3 second-place finishes. A great run for you. But take us back to the bump and run or bump and dump, however you look at it. What's your take on what happened with Eric Jones?
I mean, he was looking into 3, and I kind of dove in there hard and tried to get the bottom, and I think he was looking again, or he might have been there by an inch, and I tried to get into 1 a little bit deeper just to try to protect, and he was so much better than us on short runs. And once we got 20 laps going, we were really fast, and I just didn't really have grip short run, and we got together there, which stunk. Never want to do that, but you know, he wasn't going to back out, and I wasn't going to back out either. Just hard racing that was, but I can't say I would have cut him a break if I would have got back to him in the last restart. But really fast car on long runs. Our Fitzgerald glider kits Ford Mustang was really good once we got going. Just unfortunately, we didn't get any of those at the end, but I think we're working on it. I think that's 3 seconds this year, so that's getting old, but we'll get there eventually.
Good recovery. Matt?
And talk about a great example of perseverance, not only today, but this entire year, and you are $100,000 richer.
Man, that sounds good. It's so incredible. Yeah, this makes it real when you got your name on it. It's so incredible what Xfinity does, Comcast, everybody for this series. Can't thank them enough. Gosh, I was hoping we could get both of them there. Just lined up kind of in the bottom, hurt us their last couple of restarts, but all in all, such a great performance from our guys. Come from a lap down, get the lucky dog, make this Blue Gate Bank Chevy better and better. Every stop was a true testament to my group of guys. So I can't thank everyone enough. Hopefully this is the beginning for a lot of things for us.
2 top 5s in the truck here and a 5th place in his Xfinity car, guys.
You know, every good marriage needs a nice financial foundation. Daniel getting married in the offseason to Kinsey Ruston, that $100,000 is going to help him out, you think?
And we can buy a lot of tires for the race car.
Yes. Spoken like a true driver. Here's how they finished today. Problems for Cole Custer and Brendan Gaughan on our final stage. Allgaier got turned around late, and Daniel Hemrick finishes 5th and wins the $100,000. And winning the race is Eric Jones, Chris.
Eric Jones gets that win in Texas, backs it up with his 2nd win here at Bristol. Eric, what a great drive there. You had that mistake mid-race. You had to go to the back. You worked your way back to the front. Talk about that 1 restart there with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, we were racing hard, and we ended up getting the lead and just held on to it from there. Finally got out front, got some clean air, and the Reese's Camry had enough to hang on to the end. So, you know, it's a day kind of a little bit like last year. Didn't really know if we had a winning car or not, and to come back from the pit road penalty like that, especially with not much green flag racing, was a lot of fun. It's a race I won't forget for a long time, and just thanks to Reese's, GameStop, Hisense, Interstate Batteries, Toyota, JGR, NASCAR, and the fans, of course. Just an awesome day for us.
Congratulations, Eric. 7th different winner this year, Adam.
So Joe Gibbs Racing getting their 3rd win of 2017. The other driver to deliver in Atlanta earlier this season, and Kyle Busch got it done. So there you see the score. Baseball-wise, we'll go there in a moment. The Washington Nationals leading 1-0 over the New York Mets. Good to have you guys up here with us today. And Kevin, starting 10th tomorrow, your thoughts on a Saturday afternoon at Thunder Valley?
Well, it's really exciting. You know, I think as you look towards tomorrow, I feel comfortable about my car and the things that we did. And it's been a lot of fun to watch the race today and learn where the cars were going to race.
Final thoughts, Michael?
I just appreciate what the track did. Putting that grip strip down at the bottom made it a lot of fun for us fans and us broadcasters to watch these guys scramble today.
Congratulations to Eric Jones, Daniel Hemrick. They get the big payout today. 1:30 Eastern time tomorrow on Fox for the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. Now we're heading to New York. It's the Mets and Nationals on FS1.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.